Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to night 2 of NERx, the 2022 Spring Virtual Convention of the Northeastern region of the NMRA. I'm John Doring. I'll be your host here tonight. It's a big night of model railroading, programming, and fun here on the X. NERx, with the help of the great team at NMRAX, is the place where model railroaders and railroad modelers and all of us who are crazy about trains come together to share ideas and insights and inspiration. So remember, and as always, be sure to tell your friends you saw it and heard it here on the X. Tonight, our lineup includes 3 clinics and 1 roundtable featuring presenters and modelers from the NMRA's Northeastern region. It's an area that includes the USA's 6 New England states and also Metro New York City, much of upstate New York and the northern half of New Jersey, as well as our friends to the north and all of eastern Canada. That includes the Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Quebec. Note that handouts to several of the clinics tonight can be found on the website at nerx.com. I'm sorry, nerx.org. Check that. So check there under the clinics tab for more information. We want to encourage all of you, of course, not only to watch and listen to the programming tonight, but also to share in your comments and ask questions, much as you would if we were all together in person. Just use the chat feature there, either on YouTube or Facebook. We'll do our best, as we always do, to get those questions to the presenters at the end of each clinic, and if not, to follow up with you afterwards. So please join in, be a part of this conversation. It's NERx 2022. Our sponsor again this year is Mini Prints. They're an NMRA partner that produces innovative 3D printed animals and figures and various other oddities. We'll be holding a drawing for a $50 Mini Prints gift voucher on our last night, Thursday. The contest will close at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and the drawing will take place at 9. To enter, watch for a post in the Facebook and YouTube chats, which will provide the mysterious secret link. Note finally that next month's National NMRAX program features 4 new clinics by 4 different modelers in the Northeastern region. That date is April 23rd. You can learn more about that at the NMRA site on Facebook or at nmra.org, the website for the association. And now, what do you say we get this show started? So our opening presenter tonight received his first HO scale train set for Christmas at the age of 9, and he's been involved in railroading and modeling ever since. Over the years, he's also volunteered with several full-size restoration or operating groups, such as the Frisco 1522 at the National Museum of Transportation in St. Louis, and the SP 2472 at the Golden Gate Railroad Museum in San Francisco. He's currently crewing on 2 large home layouts with members of the Garden State Division of the NER and he's also president of the Morris Plains, New Jersey Model Railroad Club. His modeling interests include the Pennsylvania during World War II in HO scale and the Southern Pacific from the late 70s up through the UP acquisition in the Monterey, California area in N scale. He's now retired from a career in the pharmaceutical industry and has shifted his research skills and focus to the Atlas Model Railroading Company, where he works today in R&D and is involved in signaling and electronics and rail history and passenger car modeling, among other things. He's currently working on requirements for his electrical, author, and volunteer AP certificates, and here to share his clinic tonight entitled More Than Just a Pretty Light, a Railroading Signal Primer for Modelers. Please help me to welcome Scott Gothe. Scott, how are you tonight?
Very good. Thank you, John. Thank you for that introduction. Pleasure to be here. And as I was mentioning before, this is the first time I've been on the NMRA circuit. So thank you for all the support and help in making this a reality.
Well, we are ready to watch your video roll here, and we'll both be back afterwards to answer some questions from the audience.
That'll be fantastic. Speed, it's time to roll video. Good evening. My name is Scott Gothe. I'm with the Garden State Division of the NMRA, and I'm going to present tonight the part one of my series on a railroad signaling primer for modelers. Part one today is considered to be just more than a pretty light. A signal's not necessarily just something that sits there or looks attractive or turns on when a train comes by and goes off later. A signal means much, much more to model railroading and to railroading in reality. And what we'll talk about tonight is some of the aspects around signaling and also how these are used in the prototype and how we can reproduce them on our own lands. Signaling in general has been around since the beginning of the railroad system for the most part. Signaling methods have been a very important part of controlling the operation of trains. And really, together with a rule book for a railroad, that set of rules that every employee gets and that everybody has to memorize, a variety of devices keep the trains moving across the system at the best possible speed. You don't want a train to sit in one place for too long if it doesn't have to. You want to be able to tell it it's time to move. A signal allows you to do that. A signal can also keep a train on its correct path. When a train has a choice at a turnout or what is also known as an interlocking plant, it can take a different route. It can go on a siding. It can go on a branch line and do other things. Keeping a train on the correct route is indicated by what the signal itself shows in addition to the timetable and the train order, which it may have. Signals keep crews and other railroad personnel in direct communication with each other, even if they can't talk, even if there are no radios, even if the timetable says something different. A signal is the immediate way that a communication can occur between dispatchers, tower operators, and trainmen. And in general, the main part of signaling that everybody knows is that signaling keeps the operations and even the general public safe. You don't want to wreck into a train that you don't know is there. You don't want to inadvertently go off on a siding at moving too fast of a speed. You don't want to go through a grade crossing and hit a car. Whether or not the car stops for the blinking lights is always an interesting question, but the signaling is provided to try and keep everyone safe. And in its essence, signals themselves are really the language that is used for keeping trains and railroad personnel in communication with each other in real time. Modern day now, radios are used and a lot of other things that have diminished some of the aspects of signaling in modern era. However, signaling before the modern era and when most people tend to model really is quite interesting to incorporate in a model railroad. But people think that it's very difficult. And I classify these as perceived difficulties in modeling signals because all of this can be overcome with a little bit of thought. The one thing I hear many times is, why do we even want to include signals? I designed this layout, I designed the operating plan, I know when trains are supposed to meet, I can see the entire route, I can see a conflicting movement, why do I need a signal to tell me that? And the signal's pointing at the models, it's not pointing at me. So why do I need to do this? Well, we'll learn a little bit about that as we go along. Many people stop when they first start looking at signaling because it's hard sometimes to interpret the terminology. or to understand the language that appears in rule books and in much documentation. It's like learning German or Japanese. Once you understand what the words mean, making it work actually is very straightforward. Maybe you feel your layout's not complex enough to warrant adding signals. It might be too small. I'm only doing a switching layout. What do I really need signals for? Maybe I'm modeling an era like maybe the 20s, the teens. I have era-specific issues. A headlight like a modern Darth Vader doesn't work on my system. Well, no, it doesn't, but there are plenty of things that do. I purchased a rule book based on my prototype railroad, and I looked at the signaling page, and there's a million different things here. How do I know when to use what? Another argument I hear many times. Again, there are ways of working with that information to make it applicable to your layout. Practically tearing up existing track work, scenery to add signals is not appealing to me. I don't want to tear up my whole layout. We don't have to. Signals in general take up very little space. Underneath, they may take a little bit of wiring, but on top of the layout, it doesn't require a lot of changes. And so that's kind of a moot point in many cases. Some people say, I don't want to do any computer programming. I just want to run trains. And what I'm going to show to you tonight is that you don't have to do computer programming. It's there. It's a possibility, but it's not a necessity. All-out wiring, it's going to be too complex. It's going to be expensive. Not necessarily. I mean, really, I think a lot of the difficulties that I've heard, a lot of the arguments I've heard against not including signals on a layout really comes down to the letters that are highlighted in yellow. Why? Because of inertia. We're already at a happy place on our layouts. We don't want to move forward into this area because there's also these other little excuses. It doesn't have to be. The key is overcoming this inertia and starting small and trying to build a signaling system or a signaling protocol for your own layout. Some of the benefits of including signals on a railroad provides an interactive scenic element. When you have visitors at your layout and all of a sudden a semaphore moves or a light changes or a crossing gate drops, it draws someone into your layout. It gives them a visual point of reference that something has changed. It's not a static situation. Signaling adds animation in many cases, which of course is also important for the NMRA Electrical Achievement Program. And it can increase your operational interest. Following a signal program or a signal rulebook gives you a different way of looking at how operations can occur. And in fact, many people want to incorporate signaling to replicate a prototype, such as we see on the right-hand side of this slide. Now, I don't anticipate many people wanting to duplicate South Boston in the 20s with the number of approach tracks, crossovers, yard tracks, REA building, and other aspects. But I'm working on a layout right now, which is trying to replicate Hoboken, and it looks somewhat similar. However, it's a little bit smaller. But we're going to be including signals on that. And we can think about how to approach those sorts of problems in small bite-sized chunks, just like everything else. And as I say, it's always good for the NMRA Achievement Program because animation, signals, some of the electrical aspects around it all help you qualify for the Electrical Achievement Program certificate, such as what we see below as a block signal system running in a couple of different directions of 5 blocks or more. So let's eliminate that first inertia point of not understanding the terminology tonight. First, what's a signal? A signal is really almost anything that's used by a railroad to control operations. This includes sound, light, signs, gestures by crew personnel, or other symbols that are understood by train crews that are operating a train over the tracks. That doesn't mean it's just a light. It means it's a whole area of things that can be used to communicate information. When people think signal, they're really thinking most times about a fixed signal, which is a signal head, the little thing that holds the lights, or a grouping of heads on a mast or some other structure at a static defined location, which is used to communicate something called an aspect to a train crew. And this governs the operation of their train in a safe manner. Fixed signals are different for different railroads. They may be different for different environments, but a fixed signal is always in the same place. It always communicates the same information over a specific area of track, And it's something that when someone qualifies as an engineer or a trainman, they know what it is and what it's supposed to do. Three of the more common things that people tend to confuse in the terminology of signaling is the differences between aspects, indications, and actually the signal name. An aspect is defined to be the visual information displayed on a signal head. That's it. It includes the number, the position, the color, and the state of the lights or mechanical devices which make up a visible signal. It's not clear. It's not stop. An aspect could be as simple as a red light. That's all it is. What you do with it is the indication. And so the actual interpretation and the result in operations that are communicated by that aspect are defined by your rulebook of the governing railroad. A visual aspect can be modified simply by putting an additional device affixed to the signal to specify the indication. So for example, a red light shining on a signal indicates, in most rulebooks, stop. But a red light on a signal head with a little sign beneath it, according to most rulebooks, indicates stop and then proceed, anticipating to stop at the next signal. A simple change and a simple logic of the rulebook will define what you do with the aspect that you see. And so a signal aspect is nothing more than what you see. An indication is what you do with it. The name is railroad specific. Some railroads give names to them, some do not. So the concepts of clear, approach, restricting, stop, they're not indications. The indication is defined by your rulebook. So for example, if you have approach, okay, that means come on. At what speed? Your rulebook and your track diagram tell you what that is. And so the name of the signal does not convey the indication. Your rulebook conveys the indication based on the aspect that you see. These three terms are the ones that are thrown around most often and that are the most confused in all of signal terminology to a model railroader. So what do you do with it? When you know the aspect, you understand the indication, and you can name it. The basic idea on signaling is to tell a train how fast it's going to go. Speed-based signaling is one of the most common and easy things to include on a model railroad, because the aspect of the signal indicates to the train crew the speed at which they can travel before they reach the next signal. And a variety of configurations exist on the prototype: single heads, multiple masts on occasion. It's railroad specific, but a lot of railroads only use that light or series of lights to say how fast you can go. Again, defined by your rulebook. How long can you go that speed? That's defined by the length of track that the signal governs, known as a block. This is a section of track, has defined limits by the book, and is used to separate the trains by distance in accordance with the rulebook, train orders, signals, and what are known as track circuits, which detect trains moving across the system. Blocks can be any length, and they're defined when the railroad is laid out to allow for an efficient traffic flow without compromising safe operation. Basically, what this means is that a block is defined so that an average train can go its maximum possible speed via rulebook over that section without overtaking the train in front of it or having the train behind it hit it. So defining blocks is sort of an art form, but what it's allowing you to do is to understand how the speeds really map to the configuration or the overall layout plan. A single signal operating by itself can determine a few things. But when you connect a series of signals in order along a whole network of blocks, what you get is an automatic block system or automatic block signaling. This is a system of interconnected signals which are controlled by a track circuit designed to indicate condition or block occupancy to primarily protect trains from collision, and initially, usually only from behind. If you were in the front, you were obviously in front of everything else. The guys behind you were not supposed to run into you or overtake. But there are cases where they will. Signals will tell you when and how. But the system of signals originally decided as automatic block systems were basically there to keep you from getting hit from the rear. In the advanced section of this series, we'll be talking about route-based signaling, where the aspect of a signal indicates the route and the speed the train is to take through turnouts or systems of turnouts where routes can diverge from the main path of travel. In these cases, railroads will use multiple head signals on a mast to show which route and what speed you'd be taking along those routes. Routes themselves are generated by networks of turnouts, also known as interlockings or interlocking plants. These networks comprise the physical trackage, the signals, mechanical and electrical locks to keep things from changing, and prevent conflicting or opposing movements through the track work. Those signal towers that everyone loves to model along the side of the railroads usually controlled the entrances and exits of interlocking plants. The tower operator would set routes through these complex networks of track. The signals would follow the alignment of the turnouts. Signals in the opposite direction would stop other trains from occupying that track, and a train could safely pass through that plant. Once the train had passed, the tower operator could reset and let the next train go through in its direction. The ultimate of this is centralized traffic control. Rather than a single tower or network of towers controlling which way a train can go, centralized traffic control, or CTC, allows for remote controlling a system, which enables a tower operator or even the dispatcher to define and direct operations over the tracks by signal indication alone. The operator can control any combination of the aspects of signals, the positions of turnouts, and the full setup of routes from a single location that's either next to the tracks or very, very far away from the actual track work. Modern CTC dispatching on roads such as UP or BNSF occurs from a centralized location in the United States, where a couple of dispatchers run the entire network. Computers are very much a part of centralized traffic control in the modern era, but the beginnings of these were based on the simple towers controlling interlocking plants. Our talk later this evening will be talking about centralized traffic control, and so I'll leave it at that for tonight. Fixed signal types in the US have a relatively fascinating history. The first recorded use of fixed signals was on the 17-mile-long Newcastle and Frenchtown Railroad, which connected Delaware and Maryland. And it used a system of masts, like we see in the photo on the right, every 3 miles. And pretty much all the masts did was track the process of trains using either black or white flags, and later balls, because they were easier to see and didn't require wind to have them blow in the wind. A white ball indicated the train was on time. A black ball indicated it was running late, and when the train passed through past that mast, the ball dropped to halfway down. While this was good to track the progress of trains across a layout or across the railroad and let tower operators and mast operators down the route know when something was coming in order to close off gates or something to that effect, it did very little for allowing precedents or opposing movements to really occur. But ball signals didn't go away. These were very, very useful, and up through the 60s and early 70s in some places, on the Boston and Maine and the central Vermont, these ball signals were used to allow or set direction of travel and precedence of travel through grade crossings and crossings at grade of the railroad, such as we see on the Coos Junction, New Hampshire photo on the right. The ball raised up the mast allows that train to come through the crossing, and any other train must stop short of the crossing until that train is clear. The ball would then change from being in the upper position to the lower position to allow another train to come through the other way. And so ball signals, while primitive, still had use all the way up into the early modern era. After the ball signals and wanting to be able to proactively control how trains were going to be moving rather than retroactively control how trains were moving, railroads introduced a concept called the semaphore. This actually came originally from the British Navy. They developed flag semaphore signaling for ship-to-ship communication, and all the letters of the alphabet, numbers, and some various movements could be demonstrated by one operator or flagman holding up two flags in a variety of different positions. We see in the top graphic the basic positions for a semaphore: 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and then 45 degrees, 90 degrees, all the way around the position. And combinations of these flags would spell out letters, provide numbers, and give information across greater distances than a flashing light, which would be used at night, and clearly farther than voice could travel in the days before radio. In 1841, the London and Croydon Railway realized that they could use a variation of this semaphore system to create the first fixed railway signal using a variation of these codes, resulting in what was known as the lower quadrant semaphore. This lower quadrant semaphore utilized essentially the positions from 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 6 o'clock to indicate stop, proceed, and clear or go. This lower quadrant was effective, but suffered from a couple of potential problems, which did result in accidents, both here and in the UK. Semaphores ended up coming in a number of configurations and positions, but the most common and the safest was what was known as the upper quadrant semaphore, using the positions of 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock for go, proceed, and stop. This was important because when power was lost, which did occur frequently in the old days, the arm, which was mechanically raised or lowered by electricity, would drop to the fail-safe position, which was the horizontal, indicating stop. This actually was known as the fail-safe. In a lower quadrant semaphore, if it were to fail, it would lock down at its lowest position, which was clear indication. That was a problem. And so the upper quadrant semaphore gained traction, essentially, to be the way everything was described. Interestingly, this gives us three aspects, as we've already mentioned: green, yellow, and red, or clear, approach, and stop. Interestingly, this fail-safe low horizontal position is one of the reasons why modern signals have the red light on the bottom if it's a three-light signal. Traffic lights have red on top. But when a signal drops to red or drops to the fail-safe, it is the lowest possible position from a semaphore. And so the red light is always now the lowest on the tree. And in fact, if a red light is not there, you stop, because that's a greater problem than if the thing is just saying stop. If there's no light, then it's equivalent to a full stop, do not stop and proceed, call for instructions. Semaphores could also convey information based on the shape of their blades. A fishtail, as we see on the top, was used to indicate a distance signal, or one that you're approaching a more important signal, but prepare to slow down or stay at the speed you're at. A pointed end indicated it was an automatic block home signal, and a square indicated that it was an absolute signal. And so a stop, not stop and proceed, would have a square tail to it. Whereas an automatic block signal that was pointed, if it were at stop, it would be stop and potentially proceed. So that change in that blade shape would give you a change in how your train behavior would change. Round ends, like we see at the bottom, were usually used on a train order signal, but I've seen other cases, depending on rule books, where those were used in other special situations. But the information on these blades, while interesting, could cause you a problem at night. Because if you can't see the blade, what color is it? What shape is it? The lights convey the aspect, but what the signal actually is, unless you were totally qualified on that branch and knew every signal where it was supposed to be, that information was essentially lost. And problem number two for semaphores: in certain climates, such as the Northeast and in the Great North, a fully mechanical device, which was subject to the elements, could and very often would freeze in position, because semaphores in general did not have a heating element to keep its blade moving properly. Some did, but a lot did not. And this mechanical movement needed to be eliminated somehow, especially in cold weather areas. And so the electric semaphores, or position lights, came into being. So Eastern roads such as Pennsy and B&O transitioned from the mechanical semaphore by keeping the familiar position lights, or the familiar positions, but showing them in blades of light. By doing so, they also discovered that by adding a few more lights here and there, you could create a whole host of new aspects and convey specific information to trains that were specific to that railroad. This is one reason why you see a variety of different aspect tables and things, because railroads, when they could, would define as many possible things to deal with the specific indications, specific problems that were unique to their track work. For example, in the bottom right-hand corner, we see two possibilities for a 5-light system here. One is take the siding, and the other, with all the lights lit around the outside, for Penzie on the electrical side of it, indicated the phase break between tracks. And so you knew that you would be having a momentary lapse of power as you went across the different phase breaks on the Northeast corridor. And so by having these additional lights and these additional positions, more information could be communicated to the trains. Lights, especially when you're looking at Penzie and their unique amber shade, improved the visibility dramatically for signals. And having them on a big round backdrop blocking out other light made it easier for the train crews to pick them up and to operate safely. There were no blades to freeze in position, and with that number of lights, unless they were all out, you could still continue moving on there. Just call your signal operator and maintainer to replace the bulb at the next stop that you had. B&O went a little bit further. They not only used the positions, but also used colored lights, so that straight up and down was green, 45 degree was yellow, totally across and horizontal used red lights, and then came the markers. Based on aspect tables that I have seen, the maximum number of markers around a B&O light could have been 8. Apparently, there was only one on the entire system that had all 8 markers attached to it, and even in that case, they were not always used. The common one we see here, or semi-common, shows 6 additional marker lights around the center signal. And to add these to your model railroad, you definitely need the rule book, a track signal diagram for the area you're working in, quite a bit of planning, and perhaps a stiff drink to kind of figure them all out. Because the number of aspects and the number of possibilities really multiplied out based on whether they wanted to use the position, flash the lights, flash a marker, add a sign. It was a very, very complex system. The rest of the railroads, however, rather than duplicate semaphore positions, realized that lights were good enough. Several different styles of target or head emerged, along with both single and multiple head installations. The backgrounds to the targets could be varied. Sometimes they were used to indicate different types of signals. Penzie used kind of a rounded off one or squared off one for bridges, for example. But modern signals primarily fall into one of 3 categories here. The top right-hand one, which in its form that we see, is known as a type D signal, green on top, yellow in the middle, red on the bottom, and you see the individual snow hoods for each of those lights. The type G signal below, the round head with the 3 lights in a triangular pattern, notably an Eastern version with the green light in the top right. Some of the Western versions of this had the green light in the top left. The red, again, always on the bottom. The top left-hand side indicates a UP signal with a searchlight, a single light, which had 3, possibly 4 different colors available to it. And we have a nice relay cabinet on the bottom there, so it indicates that it's a union switch and signal product that was used by UP, and I believe still is in some places. The colors that are shown are normally green, and signal green is not a Kelly green or a bright green that you see on many manufacturers' signal. It is actually a bluish green. Amber is, again, a unique color, not quite yellow, but only Penzie really had a specified amber. The rest of them did vary a little bit. Red is red, and then lunar white, which is a very bright white tending to the blue, is also a signal type that is used. These lights could be on, they could be off, they could be flashing, indicating a variety of different aspects that could be communicated with either one light or several. It is important to note that a lot of these colors originally came from when signals were oil-fired and you had an oil flame behind a lamp. The colors of the individual glasses that would come in front of it were tailored so that certain shades or certain colors were made based on the flame of an oil lamp. And so a lot of these colors trace their origins back to the earliest days of signaling. The other thing is a lot of these colors are distinct and easier to pick up against a conflicting background. And so the shades that are used in a signal, whether they're now LED or still incandescent type lighting, really don't vary much because they've been found to be extremely valuable and easy to pick up for a train crew when they're moving down the line. So how do we start thinking about putting fixed signals on a layout? Even the smallest layout can handle the simplest signal of all, which is a train order signal. This can be as simple as putting a signal color LED that you turn on with a switch manually on and off a specific location to tell a train to stop and pick up its orders. You could use the two-color LED, either red, yellow, or red, green, in a modified signal head or some marker light fixture to add more detail and to replicate specific prototypes. Most train order signals, as we see down in the left corner there, had really simple targets, that one looking more like a tombstone. And it's a really good scratch building project. It's very easy to cut that kind of shape out of a piece of plastic, to put some LEDs behind it, stick it on a mast, and again, on off with a switch gives you a working signal for your layout. Simpler still would be the old Penzi 2-light horizontal signals. It's a box, 2 lights side by side. Also used as a block signal, but also used as a train order signal. You could go all the way. You could make the rotating signals, as we see up top, like the CNW or the UP types, or use the semaphore, like we see on the far right-hand side. Down is train stops, up is train goes by. If you do make a rotating signal, replete with lights and everything else, you now have a piece of animation, which you can tick off on your NMRA electrical animation element, provided it's done neatly and you show somebody that it works. It also, again, allows the visitor to your layout to say, did I see something move? Drawing them into your scenery, drawing them into your layout, drawing them into your operation. And so with a fixed signal, as simple as this, or even a basic mast with one signal on it that trips over during a timer when a train goes by, adds a visual interest that just a train going by doesn't necessarily have. You're used to that. Seeing the signal change brings people in a little bit more. The next level of signaling beyond either a simple train order or, as I said, a manual control animated red, green, yellow on a timer is an actual working ABS block signal. ABS, as I said before, protects the rear of the train from being overtaken by a following train, and depending on the number of aspects you desire, a normal ABS systems protect either 2 or 3 blocks behind a train. So for example, in the upper drawing, we see a train in block 5 with a green signal indicating what to do for block 6. Behind it in block 4, the signal indicating for block 5 is red. There is a train in that block, please stop. Behind that, in block 3, the indicator for 4 is yellow, indicating proceed, ready to stop. Block 2, block 1, it's green, which means proceed or clear. In 3 blocks aspects, there's an additional aspect provided. If you look at the signal labeled 3E, it's a flashing yellow signal, which modifies the speed at which you can trap, which yellow is. It's like adding another way of saying start slowing down now, slow down to track speed, stop, permitting, in essence, more information to come through. And a lot of manufacturer systems have these now built in so that it's very simple to do a 2 or 3 block system, protection system in ABS. At a minimum, to do this, you just need signal heads capable of displaying 3 aspects. That could be red, yellow, and green. If they want to make them flash, that gives you more. A controller, which makes that work. A way to connect the head to the controller, a special type of wiring perhaps. And some way of triggering the controller. The trigger itself can be manual, such as a single pole double throw switch. The Atlas 215 selector has 4 of them and is a decent value in terms of being able to just throw a bunch of them at once. It can be totally automatic, which is commonly known now as a detector. You need to determine both the size and the location of the blocks that will be protected by signals. And then the advanced section of this, part 3, we'll be looking at ways of identifying sections within blocks that should incorporate route-based signaling or interlocking plans. As I mentioned before, a block is, at its core, just a region of track protected by a signal. But for modeling and appearance's sake, blocks themselves should probably be a little bit longer than the longest train that's going to go through it. On the prototype, blocks are usually as long as they can humanly be, so the trains can continue on the path reasonably well, unless there's a problem such as low visibility, high traffic density, and things of that effect. And most layouts you'll find have very high traffic density areas. And so blocks tend to be a little shorter than they would be on the prototype. It's good when you can have a train in a full block and be able to depart that block completely before the next train comes in. It's much better from a visual aspect and also an operational aspect. However, there are plenty of cases in reality where a train can span more than one block. And so don't feel bad if you've got a couple of things that are showing red. Your back of your train's in one block and your front of your train's in another. It makes things go a little bit slower, and perhaps that's a good thing. You can think of blocks in many cases to be similar to a power district or an area where gaps are inserted in rails for normal operations. And in fact, in a lot of cases, when coming from a straight DC type of layout, that same gapping works really, really well for setting up signaling blocks. The fun part is saying, how is a train in that block? How do I know a train is there? And how you actually do this depends a lot on where you are in your railroad construction. If you're modeling in DC, a DC detector, such as the old twin T circuits and that back in the old days, measure a voltage drop to the rails when some powered locomotive, a lit car, or a resistor wheel set enters into a block. These require an appropriate attachment into a gapped block section. That can be easy, that cannot be easy. If you have things which overlap, it gets more complex to do, but in basic types of work, this is almost identical as to how the prototype does it. A DC voltage is applied to the rails of the railroad. When a short is created, when a wheel set comes into that area, creates a short, that's registered as a train being in the block. That's the track circuit. It's also the reason why a kid with a long section of rebar is one of the worst things in the world, because you can drop that across and set off the old track circuits. But there are ways around that now. If we're doing DCC in modeling, they just measure the current draw from the power to the rails similarly, but it's a lot easier to wire because the detector can be installed under the layout, not to both parts of the track, but just to one of the feeders. You can wrap the feeder around what is essentially a toroid coil, and the change in voltage or the change in current will determine that a train is in that block for, again, a powered loco, lit car, resistor wheel sets, whatever. You don't have to significantly do a lot of rewiring. You don't have to do a lot of significant gapping with this because your feeder network is already there. It's just simple as detaching one feeder, wrapping it around the coil, reattaching the feeder. You have a detector that can operate. The NCE BD20, for example, is a very good example of these. If you don't want to do anything like that, you can use optical detection. These have been around for a long time. You don't have to change your wiring. You don't have to change track gapping because these use light. Both visible and infrared detectors have been familiar, but they do require light. And so if you're running in the dark a lot, these may not be the choice for you. They also require some installation between the tracks or nearby because you want to have the train cover or block the light source from the photo cell. You can disrupt existing track work a little bit, but usually the modern detectors are small enough to go between a pair of ties, and so it's as simple as drilling a hole like you do when you put a tortoise switch machine in. Similar type of thing, just between the tracks, put your detector there, you're good to go. I've seen recently too that a company has started to develop laser detectors similar to the ones that are used in RC toys in many cases to detect trains. Whether or not they presently have gone through all of the things for Class C operation, and that is unknown, but it is a very interesting technology and something which may have a very nice future in the industry. And if you want to do it like the real railroads do it now, you can use radio frequency ID or RFID location. This is not a cheap operation. It requires a bit of special hardware, but it's the most non-invasive. All it requires is putting a chip in your locos or certain pieces of rolling stock, and then having what's essentially a GPS receiver over your layout and knowing where everything is at all times. This is sort of how the PTC towers and antennae on locomotives and that work now. That's over determining things across a railroad. RFID is sort of, I would say, the future of railroading, but at the moment, it's an extremely expensive way of solving the problem. Where DC detection or DCC detection or even LCC detection is a much better way of really determining where your trains are. So in fact, you can use even in the simplest of layouts, a layout of this, a simple oval, you can put 4, 5, 6 signals on it using off-the-shelf products from a variety of manufacturers. This multi-block system can be set up extremely quickly and very easily. Disturbance to the track work is low. Masts fit in small holes, all the control circuits are self-contained, they're put beneath the layout, and based on your detection system, you can have this up and running in a couple of hours. And what I show you here almost qualifies for your NMRA electrical points. You just need to add another block and go in both directions. Advanced topics, but very straightforward once you get the hang of it. One of the things I like to think about, though, is for people who say, well, all this electrical wiring, I don't want to do it. There are signals that you can implement right now. Anybody can do it. Because the most basic signals from every rulebook are not fixed signals at all. There are things such as markers or flags on cars, protection of sidings. Very simple addition to your scenery. You can change them around as needed. Most familiar of these, of course, is the blue flag protection device, which once it's placed by an individual or a union or group, it does not get moved until that union or individual is the one to remove it, or blue light. Fusees are another thing which have had a couple of things recently in MR and RMC. These can be done electrically, they can be done manually, but try, for example, putting a car on a siding with a blue flag. That can't be moved. Then have a work order to actually move it, take care of it, take clear of the problem, or try and find a way to switch around it when delivering a car to another siding. Operational interest, all it is by putting either a tack on it or a little blue flag. Fusees are another thing which is quite interesting. The rule books specify that if a fusee is on the tracks, burning in between the tracks, it indicates stop. Once it goes out, the train still has to wait for a period of time before it can safely move until it reaches the next fixed signal. Incorporation of a fusee, either by train order or just a random occurrence, makes for additional interesting operation type of behavior. Something that anybody can do. If you do them as electrical circuits, turn the light on, turn the light off, again, you're building your electrical knowledge, you're building some of the capabilities that allow you to make your model railroading much more interesting. Trains anymore, locomotives especially, are provided with a number of lights, markers, number boards, all sorts of bells and whistles, as it were. These are actually scenery in motion. Caboose markers, flashing rear devices, passenger car markers, class lighting, flag provisions, proper headlight, all of these things which you find in a modern rule book, such as the NORAC or the G-Corp, these are signals. These are things which you can put right on your trains and are on your trains right now. Using them properly is the key. I've had the good fortune in my life to be able to be a stationary fireman on a steam locomotive, 1522 in St. Louis and on 2472 in California. The joy of the stationary fireman was you were the one that was up at 3:30 in the morning to light the locomotive off. You were also responsible for putting on the locomotive jewelry, which were the builder's plates that people always wanted to try and steal, setting the markers, lighting the proper lights, adding the flags, setting the train numbers up. All of these things have to be done before a move can be made. The accurate setting of class lights, markers, flags is a scenery element, but it's a signaling element and it's an operational element that you can put on your trains right now. And everybody now knows about headlight dimming and things, but headlight operation before that, in earlier eras, is something that you might want to look up in your rule books and run your trains the proper way, because that's a signal. It's something that you can implement without adding one fixed mast to your layout. They don't qualify you for the NMRA Achievement Award, but they do significantly add to operational enhancement. If you're using a fixed signal with the rest of the rulebook, have a crew member act as your fireman, especially if you're doing steam. Call the aspect of every fixed signal that you come up with and have the engineer repeat it back to you, as per the manual, and make sure it's executed accordingly. One of the things when you're in the left-hand seat was always to call a signal when you saw it. Repeat it over to the engineer would repeat it back to you, guaranteed that you know what's going on in the engineer response to that aspect of a signal. Another thing you can do is just do a manual knockdown. So you can hold a restrictive signal aspect by putting a work crew in a block. Change the TTO case. These are temporary changes to your normal operation, so your operators won't get complacent because these are random events. And this is what happens in reality. And so use your signals to control what goes on the railroad. Maybe as you understand how your layout's laid out, start putting signs on the masts or additional signs within the right-of-way to apply correct speed rules and see if your crews notice or blow through them. As I mentioned, there's a couple of other additional parts to the signaling presentation that will be coming up soon. Part 2 of the series, which I'm entitling The Sound and the Fury, will be covering the underutilized area, at least I think it is, of prototypical signaling with sound and using non-fixed signals in the days before radio communications. This will be presented at NMRAX on April 23rd. Part 3 of the series, which is still being written at the moment, entitled You Can Get There From Here, will be covering the advanced topics in signaling, such as incorporating route-based signaling, interlocking plants and tower operations, including CTC, like we'll hear about a little bit later, operating single main two-direction configurations and its variations, and some of the practical considerations on when you might need or want these on your railroad. What I've tried to do tonight is give you some ideas of why you want to include these aspects of signaling and some easy ways to do it, because it makes your scenery modeling better. With signaling, gear, the accompanying equipment such as battery boxes, relay boxes, telegraph boxes, etc. They're perfect line side detail to make your layout stand out. And if you're a B&M modeler, have a ball because many people don't know what those are. It's a great way to say, what is that? What is it telling me? Get interest for your visitors and your operators. Signaling makes your electrical knowledge better. Start with a simple project like a train order signal to build your confidence. Install, operate a turnkey commercial system, and then get on to tackling the design of interlocking plants or computer-controlled systems. Or just figure out how B&O CPLs work and why they actually needed so many aspects. Signaling makes your operations better. It makes them non-predictable, just like reality. And following the signal rules, you'll find actually helps slow down the pace of your operation. It accurately reproduces prototype behavior. So by incorporating a lot of signal concepts into your everyday operations, you get a feel for railroading the way it should be. Because it makes your understanding of the history of railroading a lot better. Because we can always learn from the past. It helps us comprehend why we are doing things the way we are now. And maybe think about what the future could hold. PTC was never something thought about until past 10 years. It all started back with someone deciding they wanted to be able to tell a train how fast to go a long time ago. Signaling is fun. It may look difficult, but after a period of time, it actually becomes fun. But always remember one thing. It's your railroad. Just put that happy little signal mast wherever you like. I found it amazing that somebody tagged a VIA unit with Bob Ross and the joy of painting, but the joy of model railroading extends into all aspects of model railroading. Remember that your railroad, make it interesting, make your visitors enjoy it, and make your operations a little more fun, a little more different. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and any questions, we're here to answer. Thank you again very much.
Wow, Scott, that's awesome. I learned, I think I went 100% from 0 to 100% in terms of things I know about signals now. So that was fantastic. You up for a couple of questions here?
Certainly. Yeah, that'd be great.
We've got 3 or 4 minutes to do that, and probably 15 minutes worth of questions. So that's the way it is. Well, so I'll just start rifling through these.
Sure.
Are these kind of aspect semaphore signals, are they used anywhere today that you're aware of?
I do believe so. Very few places, since the signal lights have taken over in most areas. But I actually saw a photograph online today of an upper quadrant, or it's actually a lower quadrant or an upper quadrant semaphore in action, which was just amazing to see them still working.
Cool. Yeah.
I can't remember where. I apologize.
One of our questioners said that for him to be completely accurate on his layout, he'd need to get a CN current day rule book, and he's wondering how to do that. Do you have any ideas on where you would get sort of this kind of information?
Yeah, I found a lot of things at train shows, meets. The guys who sell photographs and that occasionally will have, in their piles of timetables and that the rule books will be hiding in there. The other nice thing is make friends with people who work for the railroad. You'll be able to find so many different documents and primary source materials that they'll be able to loan you for a period of time. Right now, I was talking about having one of my friends who has a UP signal maintainers guide that I've been working my way through. Not necessarily that it's bedtime reading, but it's a very interesting thing, and it's because he's worked for the railroad and he has this in his possession and will let me borrow it from time to time.
That kind of reminds me of just the value of connecting with real railroaders about lots of different things. We have quite a number of them in the hub division who are, railroaders in real life, and they often bring perspective about things. I think it's super valuable.
Oh, indeed. Definitely.
Do you know if JMRI has a railroad signaling system in there that sort of deals with these kinds of things?
That you can control a lot of different things through JMRI. I'm not talking about it during this presentation, but I think in the third section of the series that I'm working on here, we will be covering some of the JMRI aspects of that. But yes, JMRI is very, very good at controlling signal systems.
It's sort of a newer kind of, not knowing very much about this. If a person's just getting started, I think it's kind of a little overwhelming. Where do you have any thoughts about sort of where a person should start? I mean, versus sort of signaling my whole layout. That seems like a really big project.
One of the things that I teach people to do many times is to start out, get one of the turnkey systems where you've got like a control board, some detector, and a signal mast, and just let it run on a timer. So that when a train passes by, it drops to red, then it goes to yellow, then it goes back to green after a period of time. Most of the commercial systems will actually have that in a complete little package that you can acquire. And then a lot of the systems, then you can hook up many of these in series and that to make block systems and things. So it's actually a way to grow and not lose your initial investment, so to speak.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, because I think particularly as people think about what does it mean to have a layout, you and I both talked about the dream layout that we want to have, but the busy lives that we do have. And so being able to kind of scale this up a little bit, I think is important as well. Are there some simple kinds of signal rules for modelers? Could you sort of dumb this down a little bit?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, you figure if red means stop and green means go, yellow means go slow. And if there's no signal at all, stop. That's usually the safest thing in the world to do.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's usually the best way of doing it. Just like a traffic light.
I was also thinking as you were going through this, is that signals are so ubiquitous today. I'm wondering, are there still railroads out there who don't use signals that kind of still operate in what we would say is sort of old
in the dark?
Dark.
I don't know of any per se. One of the things that again I'll be talking about in the next installment is about radio. And radio has taken over a lot of what signaling used to be as far as the language of how railroads communicate with their crews and everything else. And so in many cases, radio or even PTC, positive train control, have sort of taken some of the impact of signaling and reduced it a bit. However, I think it will always be there because you always have to have visual confirmation of what's going on in case your radio goes out or the computer drops.
Okay. All right. Now, a couple of times now, you've talked about your clinic part 2. So it sounds like we need to be getting ready for that. When is that going to happen?
That'll be happening at NMRAX on the 23rd of April. It's entitled The Sound and the Fury, which is, today we talked about fixed signals, but that's signals on the move. Those signals which are transient, so to speak.
So if people want to learn more and kind of take the 201 version here, then that'll be coming up on April 23rd.
That's correct.
All right. And I've been told since that that's 8 hours of programming at NMRAX, so a whole day. So listen, thank you very much for joining us today and kicking us off. It was fantastic. We look forward to hearing what else you have to say.
Okay. Thanks a lot, John. And thanks to everyone who's watching tonight. Take care.
Thanks, Scott.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone, we're back here and ready to move on to our next clinic, which is a roundtable discussion entitled Larger Than HO Scale. It'll be led tonight by the Hub Division's own Stan Ames. Stan and his guests represent a broad range of modeling scales, including S and O and FN3 and even larger. They will share here tonight some of their experiences in the NMRA, how they see and hear the opinions and perspectives of other fellow modelers, their participation in the AP program, and some of the issues and challenges that they've had with standards and conformance. So let's all listen in now and learn more from these modelers and their experiences and their value in the NMRA. Now remember, everyone, don't forget to ask your questions for the panelists in the chat, that either on Facebook or YouTube. And I think we're ready to go. Stan, the con is yours.
Thank you. I would like, we're going to go around and each of us talk a little bit about our layouts because they are kind of unique. I'm in FN3 and F scale. And for those that don't know, that's the 1 to 20 scale, which runs on the 45 millimeter or 70 millimeter track. And I have quite a large, myself and my wife have quite a large layout out in the backyard. People are beginning to understand what we have, and that is different. My sky is wonderful, but my trees are a little bit out of scale. In the larger than HO arena, many of the layouts here and the types of modeling we do are really not addressed as much by the NMRA. And one of the topics we're going to talk about tonight is what should we do to address it better? And so what I'm going to do is turn it over. We'll just go around the corner. And Rick, why don't you start out?
Okay. My principal modeling, actually, since I was a kid, has been HO. I have HO, I have some O scale and some N. I have a large HO layout in the basement with a helix 2-level thing. But about 8-9 years ago, I got involved in the scales that you ride, both 4 3/4 inch gauge and 7.5 inch gauge. Actually, that's another story. But so the 4 3/4 for standard gauge would be 1 inch scale, and for the 7.5, it would be 1.5 inch scale to put a standard gauge train on the track. Although people will model different scales on the same track, grading narrow gauge, etc. That's been a later thing, and I'm real active in the 1 inch scale. I'm in a real good club right between Syracuse and Rochester, New York, the Finger Lakes Live Steamers. Good crew of people, a lot of trains, and nice country setting. I enjoy it all. I like getting out in the woods. I've always enjoyed gardening, and so. But I went bigger than F.
Much. Bob?
Yep. Yeah, I've been in large scale about 25 years. I model mostly in FN3. I like Stan. I have an outdoor layout, a few hundred feet of track, but I have, a yard on each end, a few towns in between. I also run large scale central. It's a set of forums for the large scale trains. I've been doing that for about 22 years now. And I've been an NMRA member on and off for a while, steadily for about the last 10 years.
Tommy and Helen?
So we're representing S scale. We are the members of the Bristol S Gauge Club, Central Massachusetts, North Shore. We have people in New Hampshire, part of the club. I have a 22 by 22 S scale layout, DCC controlled, designed to do operations. A lot of fun, and I'm quite happy with the S size, just because it's a little bit bigger than HO, and still I can fit a lot in a small space. So that's where we're coming from. And as we go forward in the conversation, I'll explain some of what things I think we can do to be better.
Super. How about you, Kevin?
All right, I'm Kevin Strong for All right. Okay. Feedback. Hang on, if I could hear. Let me try my speaker. Mute. Okay, that's better. I'm Kevin Strong. I've been in large scale for 45 years, which is pretty much all my life. I was a regular columnist for Garden Railways magazine for about 20 years. And my experience with the NMRA most recently was been to author the large scale standards for all of large scale, and specifically 1 to 20.3 FN3. That's where my modeling interests lie now. I've got a small suburban Denver backyard, so I've got about 300 feet of track in the backyard, and I model the East Broadtop Railroad in South Central Pennsylvania.
How about you, Neil?
Okay, yeah, my name's Neil Shore. Like so many people, I start off the Lionel train when I was a kid. But by the time I got into my 20s, I got disgusted with the toy-like trains and I switched to HO. And at that time, in the mid-'80s, 85, I joined the NRA, was quite active in the organization. But as the 3-rail trains became more and more realistic, I made a decision to go back to them, starting with the layout, my current layout, which I put under construction in 1997. But if you see the layout, it's straight out of the scale world. It has extremely wide radius curves, interlocking, a full signal system. But I do run high-end 3-rail trains, which are like scale models, other than they have an oversized coupler and they're set to run on 3-rail. I've continued to be very active in the NMRA. All the local guys, they don't even say anything to me about the 3-rails anymore. And I'm proud to say I have had the layout published in scale magazines, most recently Great Model Railroads 2022. So the NMRA guys, certainly the local guys, they don't even say anything about it. And I've been very involved with the NMRA for all these years. And I'm real happy with my 3-rail layout.
Well, that was the start of an introduction. Each of us is, I think, from looking at the layouts before, has sort of understated the excellent modeling that each of us does. But I thought that one of the questions that we had talked about before, and I see it's actually come up as a question, is the NMRA seems to be, remember Saul talks about dead rail like it's something new. We in many of our large scales have been using radio control with batteries for long time.
35 years.
Of course, the problem, which was the same problem that we had with command and control in the 90s, is there were excellent systems, but they didn't talk to each other. You became a junkie for one or more of the command control systems that were out there at the time. And as someone who started the DCC effort, I know the difficulties of doing that, but I also know the benefits. And so why don't we in the panel talk about a little bit about should the NMRA do something in radio control?
Well, I personally think that if it's something the model railroaders are going to use, it'd be great to have a standard out there for all the dead rail or the battery operated guys to at least have something to go by. You know, the controls, you've seen the benefits with DCC and the controls. I think this is just another opportunity to do that. Developing the standards would be a little bit tough, but I think there could be some benefits to that.
Yeah, I would agree. I've started with battery and radio control, and I used one system for a number of years, 10 or 11 years. And then that was unsupported after a while because they're proprietary, like most of the systems. I changed to another one. But it would be good to be able to not have to change all of my trains and, you know, get new transmitters, new receivers for everything, every time somebody decides to go out of business or they've had enough.
I think from my perspective, I think technology is changing so quickly. I've been doing battery power for 35 years. From when we used to use the old 2-stick Futaba systems. I think the biggest advantage, or the biggest and easiest inroad that the NMRA can make in terms of this is to standardize the interface. you've got all these proprietary systems out there, some proprietary, some open source, some kind of a hybrid. Make it easy to do the installation in the first place, in terms of, okay, make sure the motor's isolated from the track so you can just isolate that, make sure the lights are isolated and all of that. And in large scale, we've got the benefit of space. We can do this very easily. You see Bachmann doing this with their sockets, and everything is just right there on the PC boards. You can very easily get to each individual light. I think we could do something that enhances that or standardizes that across the board. So no matter what system you do use, whether it conforms to DCC standard or not, you can go in, all I have to do is plug this in, and we're off and running. And that way technology can change at the rate it wants to change. And the trains at least are easily adaptable.
So Bob, why don't I turn over to you for a second? One of the questions we had last week, maybe 8 years ago or so, there was a big furor from the large scale community on, I'll say, NMRA, get out of my turf. And not understanding standards and not understanding that actually there's been a lot of standards that have been there for a long time. But Bob posted out on his news group, okay, let's revisit this. And Bob, why don't you talk about what some of the comments came back as?
Yeah, I mean, they sort of fell into two camps. One was, it would be nice if there were some standards about some certain things, wheel profiles, maybe coupler heights, things like that, across the different scales. But there was also the remembering of, we don't want standards. They can't come in and tell us what to do. And there was just a lot of not a lot of back and forth now, but at the time there was a whole bunch of that of, it's going to make the stuff that I'm doing obsolete, or I'm going to have to replace everything. So I think there's some gun shyness with remembering that I don't think, at least from what I've seen, is people understand the value that having things that are standards. There's a G1 track specifications. There's a couple different track specifications, and everybody says, well, I just have to make sure my back-to-back spacing is at work and everything. But that's not exactly true all the time. It would be good to have I think it would be good to have certain standards for some of this stuff, but I'm not convinced that we have enough manufacturers that it will make a difference. That's a whole other story. But
Rick, being in the larger scales, and the interesting phenomenon of a 7 1/4 and 7 1/2,
That's
it's something that would be useful.
well, it would have been nice if that scale had been standardized years ago as they developed it. The northeast part of the country, they use 7 1/4 inch gauge. Everything that's used on the layouts is to that scale or gauge, turnouts, etc. And the rest of the country is 7 1/2. So if you go across Pennsylvania, you're in 7 1/4. You hit Ohio, it's 7 1/2, for instance. So your 7 1/4 inch gauge locomotive that you love and you put a lot of work in will not run in the next state. Going down right now, I'm on a vacation down in Florida, and I've been running around hitting friends on their layouts clubs that are 7 1/2, and none of that stuff would run for us up north. The NMRA has established a few standards in the 4 3/4. We have for the gauge, we've got plus minus for the dimension for gauge, as well as point clearance, flange, size parameters, and coupler height. And that's all I've been able to locate. The rest of it, I've gambled off of talking to guys in the hobby and the few guys that manufacture. But the 7 1/2 / 7 1/4 is a much greater body of people. That's the bigger scale for production and all that. And you always have to make sure you're looking at the right size before you consider clicking on it when you're looking on the web. but there's no standards posted in the NMRA for that scale. So the larger track. And I haven't seen anything for any of the bigger scales, but I really don't know much about those. There's 12-inch, 15-inch, etc. And I think those are all real small single lots here and there.
Neil, what about the three-rail community?
Well, my end of the hobby is a little different because we have two command control systems. One's the Lionel, the TMCC, which has been around for about 20, 25 years. But he was Mike's Train House, MTH, who else makes S-scale and HO trains, or at least they did. They came out with their own system because MTH and Lionel did not get along too well. So we're kind of stuck with two systems. And I definitely prefer the Lionel one. It's very simple and straightforward. And this is somewhere the NMRA has never ventured. They have never gotten involved with having any types of standards. And I think in my part of the hobby, you either like one system or you like the other. And the only thing that's bad for me is I really like MTH trains, but I hate their operating system. So I don't buy too many. When I run diesels, I used to buy their dummies when they were making them, and I would sandwich them between TMCC equipped diesels, and it was fine, but they're not really making dummies anymore. So, like I said, my branch of hobby, it's a little weird. It's not quite the same as the other scales, and the NMRA just hasn't ventured into it.
I mean, Helen, in S, you sort of got the problem of, or the differences between the people that are in the scale S and the people that are in the high rail version of S. Would more standards be useful in either of those scales?
So if you look at the NASG standards, all the standards that they talk about there goes directly referencing the NMRA standards. So they're already using all the standards, and they talk about not high rail. They use the term deep flange in the standards, which is kind of like what you call high rail. And then you got the true American flyer guys who have extremely high rail. But the standards that I think are most useful right now, at least in the S world, and the S world also has the same problem with MTH versus Lionel because of their controls. But MTH and Lionel both realize that DCC is a great mechanism, and they've made their new engines compatible with DCC.
Yeah.
So they see the benefits of standards. They really do. And so in our world, in S, that stuff, as we lose manufacturers, which they're all dropping pretty quickly, any new manufacturers coming down the road, hopefully they'll look at these standards and follow those going forward.
Can I mention an interesting story here about this? Some of you guys may know John Sathian. He's a two-rail O-scaler. In fact, his layout's on the cover of the NMRA calendar this year. I know him pretty well. But he takes Lionel engines and converts them to two-rail, but he keeps them AC and he runs them on the Lionel system. I have never seen a scale two-rail layout using a Lionel TMC system. So it's very unusual, but that's just an example of somebody who has come up with his own standard, and he's got a gorgeous layout and it runs really well.
Now, Kevin, I told you Kevin's the one person on the panel that actually worked on the standards a number of years ago. Would you like to comment on that, Kevin?
There we go. From a community feedback perspective, we got pushback from modelers saying we don't need standards. We also got a little pushback from the manufacturers who said, look, we've been doing it this way for 30 some odd years. We're not changing. So the challenge that we had, in the standards department was to come up with standards that, accommodated at least to some extent what already existed, because standards are worthless without manufacturer buy-in. And when the major manufacturers are European and they have the NEM standards that they're playing to, you can't really say, okay, well, we're going to introduce new standards that we know you guys are going to ignore. They have to get buy-in. You've got to kind of, make make allowances for that. I think the process was, it was frustrating in some respects, but also just the one thing that I took away from it was how open at that point the NMRA was to feedback from the large scale community, because at that point they hadn't gotten any. They reached out to me because I don't know who put this proposal out, but it made absolutely no sense. And I read it and I went back to them and said, this absolutely makes no sense. So they, I think Stan was part of the group that reached out to me and said, well, help us make sense of it then. And, that's kind of, was a very polite way of saying, put up or shut up, dude. So I said, okay, I'll give it a shot and see what happens. I say there were those in the community who really pushed back hard against it, but I think in the end, what we had, we're like, 15 years out from that process now, Stan?
About.
I think. And, a lot of the manufacturers, I won't say have come around, but Bachmann has kind of bought into the standards a wee bit. AccuCraft has bought into the standards. So there is buy-in, and when you look at the Sunset Valley and the other manufacturer switches, they also comply. So I think overall things are kind of 15 years after the fact, kind of they're working the way we intended to, which is very pleasing to me. Where we go from here, I'm not entirely certain. I think I think the biggest thing, the challenge that we have in terms of both the NMRA and the garden railway community, is I don't think anyone wants to admit to there being an overlap, and there is. The NMRA kind of looks at the garden scale as people running trains to the petunias, and the garden scale kind of looks at the NMRA as being rivet counters who carry their calipers around everywhere. And and that's not the case. You've got, I think in both camps, you've got people who are just pretty laid back and just enjoy trains. And I think we need to capitalize on that in both camps to say, okay, yeah, we can, let's kind of bridge this gap a wee bit, because there's a lot that the NMRA can bring to large scale, and I think there's a lot that large scale can bring to the NMRA in terms of just, I don't want to say a cavalier attitude, but just reminding people that yeah, this is fun. These are on one hand they're models, but on the other hand it's something we do for relaxation, for pleasure, and to relax. And I think it's just kind of a nice reinforcement to sit back and remind everybody that it's a hobby.
So using that as a breaking off point, how should the NMRA reach out or promote the larger scales? It certainly doesn't do much currently.
So one of the things I've looked at is so the NASG puts out a magazine called The Dispatch, and this magazine has anywhere from new products to, scratch-built kits to layouts, all that stuff, similar to what the NMRA would put out. But you don't see anybody writing articles in the S world for the NMRA. I'd like to see more of the various scales out there in the MRA magazines, just, to see that these other hobbies are as good, if not better, than what you're so used to. There's so many cool ideas that some of these, the G guys, the S guys have that could be shared right across the board. So having the opportunity to maybe do a little bit more advertising in some of the various gauges, like the Gothe Railroad and stuff like that, saying that, if you guys have a nice article you want to write or a layout or something, please submit it to the NMRA. I think that would start the people thinking, oh yeah, there is other scales out there.
Neil, you do a lot of writing in other publications. Have you done anything for the NMRA publications yet?
Not too much. I have a good relationship with Kalmbach. I've written a lot for CTT, but they've had my layout in model road planning and in GMR. But the NMRA magazine, I think it's just because of my relationship with Kalmbach. That's where I send everything. But I did have my layout on the cover once, the NMRA magazine. They just randomly picked it, so I don't think they're adverse to it. I never get any pushback from them about the third rail. I mean, they seem to be very accepting. So.
Rick, I've never seen any articles. Maybe it might just be maybe me on the 3.5, 3/4, the bigger stuff. I'm fascinated. In fact, one of the things that they had locally up here one year was one of the switching layouts that is so popular in HO scale. They put it with a 7.25 inch scale, exactly the same. Only the people were running around rather than sitting there with control to do the switching.
There has been a little bit in NMRA over the years, but very little. There was, and there's usually at the conventions, there's usually a large scale somewhere out in the country. You can, that's listed. You can go out to open hours and visit. I did that in Kansas City. I did it in Salt Lake City. There are a couple of real nice ones. One of our, from this region, one of our latest master model railroaders, Joe Cavanaugh, has a wonderful 1-inch scale, 4 3/4 inch gauge layout out into the countryside. He lives up in northern New York. I've operated on that, and it has everything for serious operation, and the mechanics of what he's done is beautiful. The track work and everything. But he's a neat guy too. There's a couple other guys that are connected with his railroad that are NMRA, but a lot of the guys, like in my club, I spent time being a member of the NMRA for about 30 years, and I'll try to sell them on the concept, and that's kind of back to what, like, I don't know, Neil and Kevin was saying with the maybe they're afraid of being around rivet counters or whatever, but actually, some of the stuff these guys, the hardware they've made, is beautiful and a rate real high. And I did mention recently the master engine, steam engine in Cleveland. The top show engine was a scratch-built Berkshire in the 7.5 inch gauge. I mean, it's a big engine, and yet it had all the detail. And that guy's obviously still on this end of the world.
The Carl Cobal's engine in the Cleveland show was absolutely fantastic. So when it gets to the model contest, I see all the different scales that are represented here show up from time to time, and they generally do better when they show up than some of the HO scale stuff. But it doesn't seem to get further than the model contest as far as like Carl never wrote up an article of what was involved in building the engine. You're in the Finger Lakes Club. I've been there. It's a wonderful club. It's got tracks going everywhere. And you can operate on it. Which again, people have this concept of run around, but in reality, the HO model run around a lot more than some of us, at least any of us here tonight in our layouts. So yeah, maybe some more articles across the scales and the 1 to 20 and the which is, by the way, just as rivet counting, if not more so than some of the smaller scales. The S scale people Neil's is already there. His layout is beyond wonderful from any perspective that you would look. But yet we just don't write it up.
Hey, Stan, this is John.
Yep.
I wonder if I could just jump in, because I'm an N-scaler, so I think I have some shared experience of kind of being interested in something that sort of isn't in the mainstream. One of the things I hear a lot from people inside the NMRA, and particularly people who are in the world of publications, is they're hungry for material. It doesn't matter with the scale, and I think many times they would like to feature different things, but they just struggle with whatever is coming in. So that's one thing you hear. But I guess my broader question is, I think a lot of us who operate and are interested in scales other than HO, there's a storyline that kind of goes like somewhere in the past, those people and people inside the NMRA got crossed up one way or the other, and they sort of went their separate ways. And now today we're kind of, it almost feels like we're sort of looking at each other across the playground and wondering who goes first. How do we break that cycle? Because I think in general, most all of us want to have fun, want to enjoy things, want to just get involved. I personally, I'm on the NMRA board now. I don't see anybody with any nefarious plans that says we got to keep excluding this group over here. But there is this kind of standoffishness about like, how do we get started? Does that make sense, panelists?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. I started a thread a couple of weeks ago about this after Stan asked me to be on this panel, and there's a perception that the NMRA thinks that people like Stan and I and Kevin and everybody else here that runs outside aren't serious modelers, that we're like the ugly stepchild. That's been, by a couple of people, that has been reinforced when they have submitted articles to things like, Model Railroad Hobbyist or MR, and had them turned down because we don't do that here. So there's this kind of, well, they don't want us. Why should we be involved in it? Yet Kevin has been a very prolific author and written lots of things. So that's not generally true, but there is that perception.
I think part of from my perspective is in terms of who goes first. I don't know it's a matter of who goes first, but where should we go? Since Kalmbach quit publishing Garden Railways 2 years ago, I've been kind of in this no man's land of not having a regular publication to write for. So I've been throwing everything on Facebook. That's been my go-to. Hey, this is what I'm working on. I'm going to post it on Facebook. There are like 8 gazillion different G-scale garden groups. I'm also active in ON30 and 7/8" scale as well. And so that's just kind of where I'm going. That's kind of where I just throw everything. It's there. It's easy. And you get feedback. I'm wondering if in terms of the NMRA, does the NMRA have a presence on Facebook, an active group, or even do the regions have active Facebook groups that modelers can just share stuff to and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is it's such an easy medium to interact and share what people are doing. I think outside of the formal publications are nice, but I think I don't have any contacts at Scale Rails or anything like that. I'm not an NMRA member, so for me to just blindly send them an article, they're going to look at me sideways, going, "Well, who are you, and why should we publish this?" If there's some kind of a gray forum area where we can start germinating the ideas, and then the folks from Scale Rails can say, hey, now I've got a whole bunch of stuff I can pull from. Let's put it in the magazine, and just kind of bridge that gap through these I'll say unofficial avenues. It might be one way to do business.
Well, one of the observations, it's changed a lot over the years. The story I like to tell of how we got into large scale is we had the HO layout that was really nice in the basement, and we're open for an NMRA regional convention, and everybody spent the 20 minutes of oohing and eyeing and commenting. And then outside, we just at that point had a single figure 8 with a little LGB 040 running around in the and by the way, it was 90 degrees out, running around, and a little bit of sound on the engine. Well, after their 20 minutes or 10 minutes inside, they would spend hours just watching that little engine go around in the track, and they only left when the transformer overheated. But the problem we still have is they really are a lot of people really aren't interested in the larger scales. And the example I give lately is we just had an NER convention, 10 minutes from my house. And Deb and I had 2 open houses. We had people that came, but nobody from the national people had come to the convention. The number of people that were at the convention, we only had a small fraction, yet we were the closest layout to the convention. And those that came were blown away, but you have to want to go and see it rather than have that perception of, you're just running around in circles.
Well, that was my thought with the NMRA. Instead of everybody pushing to go towards the NMRA should be soliciting from the various organizations, requesting articles, requesting information, that way at least it gets the name known to the other people. Because I had a club meeting and I mentioned how many people belong to the NMRA, and 2 people raised their hand. Come to find out, they didn't understand what I said. They thought it was the NASG. So there is a lack of knowledge for the various scales out there, that they don't really know what the NMRA can offer them.
Their perspective is mostly that, in the past, it just seems like an HON scale kind of organization. It doesn't relate to them, so they don't.
Maybe one of the things it could do, I'll use Bob's website as an example. Somebody from the NMRA publication could join Bob's site, doesn't cost anything, and start posting, hey, we would like some articles. What are some suggestions?
Exactly.
How do I get the thing for the S-scale community going and actually attending some of these NSG events and saying, okay, we are here. How can we help, and how can you help us? And same with the 3-rail. Now, Neil is gotten a lot closer into his division than the rest of us because his layout, and I think in many respects, looks like an HO layout, only it happens to be on 3-rail. It's a fantastic layout.
Thank you.
But it's Tommy and Helen's layout is pretty cool too. But it's a question of not that many people know it's there.
Well, let me tell you one thing I've been doing here locally. I'm the co-chair of what we call a jamboree, and this is something our local NMRA division puts on once a year. It's like a weekend mini convention. But, we're worried about our membership and people getting old. So we're trying to get in more members. So what I've done, I'm also a member of the TCA. I'm not real active, but I've been a member since 1985. So I'm trying to attract in the high rail guys who are basically interested in realistic model railroading. And the TCA has been really helpful. They're having a big show and they're giving us a table right by the high rail display. And we're going to try to recruit these people to come to the Jamboree. I've done this in the past and some of them have actually joined. So I think it's a matter of kind of reaching out to these people. And in this case, because I'm in the TCA locally, they've been helpful, and I've offered to go give high rail presentations to them as well. So if you just cooperate or, reach out, I think that helps. And at least here in Pittsburgh, that's what we've been doing to try to boost our membership and get new members.
Yeah, I think that's something that's probably easier to do, at the local level. I know growing up in DC, we had the Dixie Division NMRA that we were, again, not members of, but we had this local round robin group that collaborated with the Dixie Division a lot. We had a lot of cross promotion and joint events. And I think, when you have groups of modelers who see each other, once a month or whenever on, at these local meets, it's easier to share experiences and share a broader stretch of modeling than it is sitting at your, sitting on your couch reading a magazine about a modeler, 1,000 miles away that you're never going to meet. But I think, locally, I don't even know what the local NMRA division is out here in Colorado. They've never reached out to me or anything like that. But I think they say all politics is local. I think that's probably a good way to break the ice is just let's get these people who are together, you know, do some joint events, just get people to meet each other and say, hey, you know, yeah, these are the NMRA guys, these are the, you know, garden guys, and you know, hey, everything's kind of cool and we share interests. I think that'll help outreach as well, and get the NMRA guys, you know, hey, can I write your article up for our, you know, our regional newsletter? That gets picked up by Scale Rails, and it kind of starts growing from there.
Right. What about the NMRA has special interest groups, and I don't know anything about the history here. Has there ever been a special interest group for any of your scales, or for large scale in general, or would that be something that would be interesting? That's sort of a group within the group idea.
There's a problem. We've actually tried that before. The problem is it's a catch-22. If you're a member of the NMRA, then the special interest group makes a lot of sense, because you're already there, and it can be sort of promoted. But the real problem is, how do we get more of the large scalers interested in the NMRA, and the NMRA more interested in the large scalers? And they have their own special interest groups. They just don't happen to have NMRA people, like Bob's website, that you know, lots of people are on, and lots of discussion is on from a special interest group. There's modeling that goes on there. There's articles on how you do things. There's manufacturers that promote their stuff there. You know, it's its own environment, but yet, you know, it really hasn't integrated. Might be the best way, and I think NSG is the same.
So does the NMRA like have a list of all vendors that build like models and manufacturers and stuff like that? Is that something that they track and publish?
I'm not really quite sure.
I know
they have the manufacturers. They try to reach out to them, but I think one of the problems that currently the NMRA, they used to have a very active industry liaison group. That seems to have dried up for all practical purposes at this point.
Yeah, I know at the NASG, they have on their website talking, you know, they got the standards and everything, but they also describe, you know, manufacturers out in the S-scale world and who they are and how to get a hold of them and stuff like that. So, you know, there's opportunity out there. If we can broaden that from the NMRA's perspective and say, okay, here's 7 different scales, and here's all the different manufacturers of 7 different, so it gives people a reason to go to that website and start looking at stuff and start that communication link as well.
Yeah. Rick, any thoughts?
Well, yeah, I haven't seen anything with the large scales for the NMRA. I do, like I say, I do try to door to door at the clubs and try to stall the program, but there's not that much reception with most of it.
We seem to have an agreement on that one from a.
Not here.
Hey. Yoshi, quiet. Sorry, guys.
Do we have any questions that have come up on the YouTube group?
Well, there were a couple of questions that had to do with standards, but I think you've covered most of those just in the natural course here. Let me double check and see whether anything else has come in here real recently. I think there was a question that said if I'll read what he said. He said, but I think, I don't know. If the NMRA decided to create a standard, would that create any patent or copyright issues? My thought on that was that it creates patent and copyright issues per se. That's part of the whole challenge, isn't it? You guys have kind of addressed that. Standards require interest on the manufacturing side and cooperation and collaboration. It's not so much that the NMRA sort of starts in a vacuum and says, let's create a standard for something that nobody's even dreamed up. You sort of get into the community and try to wrestle and corral everybody together towards something. That's my sense of it. So I would think you guys that have been involved in that over the years, it always includes or involves potential copyrights and patents and all kinds of things like that, right?
And a lot of times, the NMRA was also in the DCC world active in fighting some of those patents and making them essentially moot. Just because one has a patent, having some myself, doesn't really mean that it's actually enforceable.
Well, somebody asked the question, what is the NASG, which you've mentioned a couple of times. So you might just, I think I know what that is, but I'll let the experts respond to that.
So that's the National Association for S-Gaugers.
So in the G world, is there like a national organization or there's nothing national, right?
No. Since Gardner always sees production, there's not even, I'll say, a regular national, tangible publication. You've got this Gardner Railroading News, which is an online magazine that's free. It's basically compiling articles from newsletters from clubs around the country, and then you've got the Garden Trains Annual, which is annual, but there's not even a regular periodical anymore devoted to large scale. So it kind of makes a central, body, governing body or whatever. There's never really been a strong central presence in large scale anyway. It's always just been kind of these, every individual local clubs have had their own,
But we do
it's
have a
always just been
national
centralized very, very regionally.
Kevin, we do have a national convention, and we used to have an LGBT.
Whether there needs to be one, I don't know, but there's certainly not one now. And with the absence of a national publication, I think that's an even a larger vacuum to fill.
Is that something the NRA could do for that scale? Is to be a focal point for them on a national level?
If they wanted to be, they could. I just don't know that I just don't know that we want to be.
Well, here's a thought. The NMRA is starting to go to digital publications. And when you go to digital publications, this whole concept of number of pages literally goes away. There's no reason why they couldn't start promoting a larger scale magazine, assuming they could get content.
Yeah, this is John again. I'm just going to jump in and say again, I think, at least my perception, I've been in the NMRA now for a dozen years or so. I've worked my way up from division to region leadership and now to the national. Again, I don't think I've ever seen or heard anybody say, oh, I don't think we should support S scale, or large scale is not really in our wheelhouse, or in scale, which is where I am, that's irrelevant. What we often say, and we say over and over and over again to where it sounds like a broken record, is who's going to do it, right? It always boils down to, it's an organization with just very few people in it and kind of limited bandwidth. And even if we have bandwidth, we don't always have expertise. So to be honest, I think you find I would hope you would agree, as you got into it, more openness and interest in these kinds of things than perhaps there was in the past. But what we really need is people from inside your specialty communities to say, yeah, I'd do that. I'd sort of corral that, or I'd work with you guys to try to help get that going. I think there would be a lot of interest, and I think the kind of the new modelers that are coming into the hobby today are very interested in sort of looking at the range and breadth of possibilities, kind of breaking down the barriers and saying, well, I kind of like modeling in several scales, or I like this and I like that. So I think it's a great time for us to be thinking about how we can do something together that hasn't been done in the past, but it does really boil down a lot of times to, okay, somebody raise their hand here.
Well, I see our time is basically almost expiring at this point. Anybody have any last comments?
Well, I can tell you one thing in the S world is, when we go to shows with our layout, it's a really nice detailed layout, and people will walk up to it and look at it for a long time. They won't even know the difference between the HO and the S. They think it's HO. So there is that, information or that awareness, lack of awareness should be. So I do like the idea of trying to get more people involved and get that communications going, because like I said, I think each scale has a lot of stuff to share. So,
And I think NMRA could be more visible in the different organizations, like you mentioned before, showing up at national events for the different scales to have representation there to let us know what they're about.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think when I was working with the NMRA on standards, I was half joking with Alan Pollock at the time that he wondered when I was going to join the NMRA. I said I would when the NMRA buys an Adam Garden Railways, and they never did, so I never joined.
All right, well, I
Well,
thank everybody for being on the panel tonight. I hope it was interesting for the audience. And I guess it's Speed, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Stan. I have taken all your names down. You're all in trouble. I'm coming after you for content and help and support. This was really, really interesting. So thank you all for joining tonight. We will look forward to talking to you some more.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thanks for the invite.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Welcome to part 2 of the 2022 edition of the NERx Model Showcase. Each night we will look at some of the models submitted for the showcase, and over the course of all 4 nights you will have the opportunity to see them all. Let's enjoy part 2. Dave Doerr of the Lakeshores Division Model 3 Reading Railroad F3As. Note the differences in the prototypically correct nose details in Dave's 3 models, beginning with engine number 260. Here is Reading Railroad F3A engine number 263. Dave modeled half of the Reading Railroad's fleet of F3As as they appeared in the 1960s to 1963 range. The third model Dave built is Reading Railroad F3A engine 265. All 3 models began as 1990s vintage Stewart models. Jim Roth, a Hudson Berkshire Division member, took a train ride across Panama with his wife a few years ago. On the Pacific end of the trip, he found this old 2-dome 30-foot tank car next to the station. Jim had HO scale model die casting kits for the old-time 6,000-gallon tank car based on the Van Dyke 1906 design. Using 2 kits, he cut the tanks into dome sections and 2 end pieces. After gluing the dome pieces together, he was able to figure out how much to shorten the end pieces and keep the length of the tank at 30 feet. Jim covered the joints in the tank with homemade plastic rivet strips. The car is finished except for weathering. Dave Inslee of the Hub Division built this HO scale toolkit, a kit by Sierra West scale models. For this model, instead of gluing or soldering magnet wires to nano LEDs, he decided to give the Woodland Scenics Just Plug lights a try, which was super easy. The kit came with fantastic detail castings. The kit did not call for exposing the interior, but since the kit came with nice laser cut interior framing, Dave decided the interior needed to be seen. The kit directions included a couple interesting techniques, one of which was staining the wood. The kit called for brushing diluted flocal grime onto the wood and then distressing the boards with a brass wire brush. The result is wood that really has a nice gray finish. Ed O'Rourke, a master model railroader in the Central New York Division, shares this photo he used for inspiration of trucks on a flat car he built. The photo shows a New Haven car float in the 1950s. Ed had the flat car for a while and it may be an Atlas product. The trucks are Ford 1952 cab resin kits by Sylvan Scale Models. Ed scratch built the flatbeds and used some fencing for the stakes sitting on the beds. We hope you enjoyed part 2 of the NERx Model Showcase. Tomorrow night, you can see part 3.
Hi, everyone. We're back again. We're off to a good start tonight. So we're about ready for our next clinic, but let me just make a couple of announcements here while I have your attention. Don't forget that our in-person convention for the Northeastern region this year is in Windsor, Connecticut. That's the Connecticut Yankee, September 15th through 18th. You can find out more about that at NER-conventions.org. That's NER-conventions.org. Also, I mentioned earlier that we have an NMRAX convention virtually on April 23rd. I've been told that there was not 4, but 8 hours of programming that day, so don't miss that. And again, as we've said all night, make sure that you're putting your questions and your comments in the chat, either on Facebook or YouTube, so we can get those questions in real time to our clinicians. Let's get going on the next one. Over the past year or so, Drew James of the Central New York Division and a couple of his friends have built a replica of a US&S CTC machine for use during operating sessions on Drew's Canada, Spokane, and Pacific HO scale railroad. Drew's presentation tonight will cover how a CTC machine functions and how these guys built their own version of one using LCC technology in his basement. Drew's been a model railroader since his first AHM training at 11. He's a longtime member of the NMRA and currently superintendent of the Central New York Division. Drew's passion in the hobby is operations, and he's a member of the Operations Special Interest Group, OPSIG. We toured his HO scale Canada, Spokane, and Pacific Railroad during last year's NERx, and the layout was featured in the October-December 2018 issue of the NER Coupler. It's 1,500 square foot pike that was designed and built for operations, and Drew really enjoys hosting sessions for his local friends and for guests from out of town. I've been one of those. So now we want to give a warm NERx welcome To the guy here who indeed hosts great operating sessions, but still in my mind roots for the wrong other orange colored basketball team. Drew, how are you tonight?
Who do you cheer for, John? There's another orange team besides Syracuse?
Well, the burnt orange ones anyway.
Oh, boy. Well, thank you, John. I'm excited to be here. Scott's clinic earlier was a perfect lead-in to my clinic. So I think let's just roll the video.
Let's roll the video.
Hi, I'm Drew James, and welcome to the Canada, Spokane, and Pacific Railroad. At last year's NERx, I had the opportunity to give you a tour of the layout, and today I'd like to show you the new CTC machine that we built for the layout. As I described last year, the CS&P was built for operations. And part of my desire as we were designing and building the CS&P was to have a CTC machine. I didn't know much about them, but in 2018, I did have the opportunity to go to the Kansas City National Convention. And at the convention, there was two things that really had an impact on me. The first was, in one of the layout tours, I was able to see the spectacular O-scale C&O layout of Jim Udaley's, who has a large operating CTC machine. And the second thing was I sat through two outstanding clinics by Paul Geiger, where he described how a CTC machine works and how he built his. Those actually, his outstanding clinics are still available on the NMRA website. So today I want to do three things. The first is to provide just a short overview of what is centralized traffic control and how does it work. The second thing is I'm going to walk you through the machine and how it works, how you operate a CTC machine, at least the basics of it. And then the third thing is I'll provide a quick description of how we actually built and constructed this machine.
Let's first quickly talk about the various traffic control methods that are used by the railroads and also are found on model railroads. The first type is timetable and train order. This was used in the classic era. And in timetable and train order, train movement is authorized by the employee timetable and can be modified and augmented through dispatcher's train orders. And the train orders are transmitted to the crews via station agents. So a dispatcher would call up or use a telegraph to provide an order to a station agent, who then could hoop it up to the train crews or set a signal so that the train crew would know to stop to pick up their orders. The next mechanism is track warrant. Track warrant is taking advantage of the new technology of when radios became common on the trains. And with radio communication, now the dispatcher no longer has to go through a station agent to issue a train order, but can issue authorized train movement directly to the crew via warrant over a radio. The next common mechanism is CATS. CATS is the most modern traffic control method, computer automated traffic system. And with CATS, this is where the railroads will have generally a large centralized dispatching center. They'll use computers to keep track of where all the trains are, to monitor their safe movement, and the dispatchers can throw turnouts and route traffic through a touch of a mouse. We're obviously going to be focused on CTC in this presentation, but before I get to CTC, I want to just touch on how ABS, automated block signaling, fits into CTC. So when a railroad, when you hear automated block signaling, think of this as being primarily a safety feature. It's not for traffic control, but it's really for safety of the trains. I often think of it as ABS as being an automated flagman protecting the train. So when you hear CTC, CTC incorporates all of ABS, all the ABS safety features, but in addition, it adds the function to actually authorize train movement. ABS alone does not authorize train movement. It simply is saying whether it's safe to proceed or not, but not whether the dispatcher has authorized a train to proceed. Centralized traffic control systems came about in the 1930s is when the earliest systems were installed. They were common up until the 1980s. I modeled 1981 and they were still in fairly common usage then. When you get into the 1990s, they started to be replaced by more computerized systems. There are two primary companies that provided CTC systems. Union Switch and Signal was definitely the largest. They were located in Pittsburgh. They provided the majority of systems. General Railway Signal was also a large supplier. They were located in Rochester. Now, Union Switch and Signal, besides providing the majority of machines, their machines also tended to be standardized. So that's a picture of a US&S machine on the slide. And most of the machines, their machines look very similar with standardized usage, standardized panels, etc. Well, GRS were very custom. And so I think that every CTC machine I've seen on a model railroad or in a railroad museum has been a US&S machine. I don't think I've ever actually seen a GRS machine in person, although I've seen pictures of them. In CTC, as we discussed previously, the train movement is authorized by the block signals, and the dispatcher can control the key signals. Now, the dispatcher doesn't control every signal on the railroad. So when you have intermediate signals between stations or between passing sidings, those run like normal ABS signals without the dispatcher having to do anything for those. What the dispatcher controls are the signals at the interlockings. So an interlocking, to give a few examples, would be at the end of a passing siding. Each end of the passing siding would be a separate interlocking or a control point. We call them control points on my railroad. The prototype would call them various things. So by setting up the signals at the CTC machine for the signals around an interlocking or a control point, that's how the dispatcher could authorize movement on the railroad. Here are a couple of pictures of prototype US&S CTC machines. You can see they all tend to be that same kind of bland olive gray color with the black, it's called the model board up on top. The levers are all laid out into columns, and if there's all the holes for all the lights and for all the lamps and for all the switches are all drilled out, and then ones that weren't needed were just filled in with plugs that you can see there. Not every US&S machine had the same functionality, but they're all very similar. There were occasions when railroads would want a different type capability, but for the most part, they looked very similar.
Let's take a closer look at the CTC machine itself and how it's laid out. There's two fundamental parts to the CTC machine. There's the bottom part that has the levers and the code buttons, and then the top part that's called the model board. So let's first look at the bottom section here. My machine happens to have 16 columns. Everything is aligned in a column. That has the upper row of levers are the switch levers. These control the turnouts, the mainline turnouts on the CS&P. It's a two-position switch. It has a normal position and the R stands for reverse or reverse position when you're taking a siding. The signals have as a 3-position switch. There's a null position in the center when there's no root set up, and then there's an L position for a left-hand movement and an R position for a right-hand movement. So when you're using a CTC machine, the dispatcher's looking at the way the machine is oriented, and it's always a left or the right. Even though we know on the railroad there's east and west, or on my railroad it's north and south, the dispatcher thinks of left movements and right movements. So that's why his signals are L and R when you're depending on which direction you're setting up a route for. Below that is the code button. And it doesn't matter what you do to the levers above, nothing happens until you hit the code button. So if I go to turn this turnout and I put it in the reverse position, nothing moved, it's still in normal position. But once I hit the code button, that caused it to move to the reverse position. What you're hearing when I do that is actual recordings of all the relays that were inside these machines. So these machines were constructed before computers. They started constructing these in 1930, and basically they were full of relays. Somebody, I don't know who, has recorded these sounds in JMRI, so when you hit the button, it's actually displaying the sounds of a real machine through the speakers. So that's what you're hearing. The other on the machine is there are a few levers here for locking switches. So we have a couple of areas on the CS&P where turnouts need to be under local control because of local switching that is done there. So these levers here provide for the dispatcher to put those turnouts into local control where they're controlled by the local crews on the fascia and no longer under dispatcher control. So that's what this bottom set of 4 levers are for. So again, we have the switch levers, the signal levers, and then the code button. I'm going to put this one back to normal. The top part is called the model board. The model board is a simplified track schematic of the railroad. And it only shows trackage that the dispatcher cares about and controls. It is not to scale. It's just laid out with showing all the passing sidings and all the signals. So just to go through it quickly, you can see where each of I'll look over here, this is easier. This shows where each of the control blocks are. These white LEDs, this one's lit up because there's a train in this block, so they're occupancy LEDs, so the dispatcher knows which ones are occupied. There's another train in this block. The red LEDs, this is an important concept. This is an OS block. It goes back to the days of where station agents would write down a train passing by. So OS stands for on sheet or on station. But it's important because it allows a dispatcher to know that a train has entered an OS block and that he probably needs to do something, or it's left a station area, it's left a passing siding, or it's entered a passing siding. And these are not to scale. It's a long ways from this OS block to this OS block. This whole thing here is only about 10 feet on my model railroad. While this from here to here is probably 40 or 50 feet. So it's not to scale. It's just a matter of where the control points are that the dispatcher cares about. So these OS blocks, they also can be called control points. So on the CS&P, we call them control points or CPs. So those are all labeled. The turnout at this end of a passing siding is labeled as number 11, which corresponds to the switch directly below it is number 11 switch. So the dispatcher knows which turnout he's throwing. And then also the signals are on it. So he can see that the signals around this OS section are number 12. 12L stands for, that is for a left-hand movement heading in this direction towards the left or northbound on my model railroad. And 12R is right, 12RA and 12RB, just because there's two different tracks that could be going that way. So those signals correspond to the signal number here, number 12. So signals are always even, switches are always odd. There are some turnouts that are under the dispatcher control that there's no signaling associated with. So this switch heads over to an industrial park. These LEDs up here are directional LEDs, and you'll see when we run a train through that these LEDs will light up, and so the dispatcher, when he sees a train going on the single track between two OS points or control points, it lights up and tells him which direction that train is moving in. So this is the fundamental way that all US&S CTC machines are constructed, with the model board up top, and then the lever section down below, and then the code buttons. So in this scenario, we have the rail diesel car passenger train heading northbound towards Calgary here in Castlegar. It's at the station on the main line, and you can see it on the indicators being detected by the LCC system and displayed here on the model board. Over here in Nelson is Freight Extra 2014, which is heading southbound out of Nelson. So let's pretend this is the pre-Amtrak days, and the passenger train actually has priority over the freight. And so I'm going to set up a route in order to send the passenger train into Nelson, where the station is. So the first thing I'm going to do is throw the switch here in Nelson into the reverse position, hit the code button, which activates everything that I've changed in that column. Now I can see that the turnout at South Nelson has turned to the reverse position. Now, in order to give the passenger train authority to go, I need to set up a route. He's moving left. I know that's north, but it doesn't matter. It's on everything on the CTC machine is oriented either a left movement or a right movement. So this is going to be a left movement. Now we're going to set up the route for the RDC to depart Castlegar and head to Nelson. So the way we do that is we start at the far end of the route of where we are, of where the next stop is for the train. So that's right here at signal number 12, which lines right up with CP 380 at the south end of Nelson. And so I'll make that into a left-hand movement. I'll hit the code button, and we can see that is now set up for a left-hand movement. And then I'll go back to CP 399 here at the north end of Castlegar, and I'll set that up for a left-hand movement. And when I hit the code button, the signal for the RDC will turn green, and it can proceed. Engineer will see the green signal, and the train will begin to move northbound. It's just entered the OS block, which I heard the bell alerting me to that fact. And when it entered the OS block, it knocked down my route, because it's now passed through there, and it's gonna go all the way into Nelson. We can see the indicators here showing where it is. In addition, these are the directional indicators. So the machine is telling me as a dispatcher, so I know that this train is not only in this block, but I know it's moving to the left, or in the case on my railroad, which is northbound. So I can see both the direction and where where that train currently is. Oh, the train has just entered the next block down, so it's past the halfway point, and it should be coming up onto into Nelson shortly. As soon as it enters that OS block, I will hear the OS bell, and I will see that block light up red. So now I can see that the train has cleared the turnout, and it's arrived at the station. So at this point, I can now route the freight extra and give it, even though the track is cleared, I have not set up a movement yet for the freight extra to depart on Nelson. So the first thing I'm going to do is normalize the switch. I could have done this actually in setting both levers before hitting the go button, but it doesn't matter. And now I'm going to set this switch up for this signal up for a right hand movement. I can see now that he's received a green, and he is able to depart from Nelson. Once again, I can see he's heading towards the right or southbound on this railroad through the directional indicator. The northbound passenger, RDC, has finished picking up his passengers in Castlegar, and the engineer moves out of the station and pulls forward to the signal at North Castlegar. The signal in North Castlegar is red, indicating to stop. The dispatcher is not yet aligned a route, has not yet set up a route for the RDC. As a dispatcher is aligned a route for the RDC, it now gets a green signal and is able to proceed northbound towards Nelson. As the RDC approaches Nelson, it sees a yellow signal meaning approach, which means he's going to be routed on. He's been routed by the dispatcher onto the siding where the station is. Yellow indicating to proceed at a slow speed since he's taking that diverging route. See, the signal turns to red once the RDC has passed into the control point. Once the RDC is cleared and the dispatcher has aligned the route for Freight Extra 2014, the signal goes from red to green, indicating clear, and the freight train can proceed southbound towards Castlegar. As soon as the freight train hits the OS block, the signal drops to red, protecting his rear end.
I'm lucky to have two friends who were willing to help me out accomplish building the CTC machine, who have a lot of expertise. Dave Martini did all the mechanical engineering design. He put together the CAD packages and outsourced the mechanicals to a job shop. And Ken Cameron did all the JMRI programming for the LCC needed for the system. And before we got started on the design of the system and let alone the build of it, we decided it would be a good idea to put together a small test system. So there's a picture of it there. I put together a quick panel just made out of hardboard, and put a few of the components on it. And our goals is that we wanted to see to make sure that all the hardware that I found online, that it was actually available, and that it wasn't just, you know, as we sometimes call vaporware, where it's online, but if you go to order it, you find out that it's not available. And also we wanted to get kind of one of each component so that Dave could use that as part of his mechanical design and figure out how everything had to align and how the levers and switches, you know, attached to the panel. And also Ken had an idea that he had read where he felt maybe we could cut down the number of LCC I/O boards, input-output boards, by time sharing some of the inputs and some of the outputs. So we built this little test jig there, and wired it up and drove some LEDs and panels. We definitely learned some things. Two things in particular. One is that the I/O time sharing approach turned out to be more complicated than it was worth. It wasn't really going to save that many boards, and it was going to add a lot of complexity. So we decided to just use kind of the standard I/O boards and the way that we had used them when doing the signaling of the layout. We also learned that the rotary switches, something I thought was going to be very simple, was not all that simple. And it turns out that you can't buy a 2-position rotary switch that has the 2 positions that are the proper angle apart from the, you know, for the switch levers. So it turns out that we were able to find an offering online particular to CTC machines, and instead of just buying the rotary switches from some electrical supply company, we realized that it would be much easier to you know, spend the extra money and buy the rotary switches from CTC components. So that was a big decision. So we're glad. It probably took about a month to build this, but it definitely turned out to be useful. As I mentioned, Dave did the mechanical design for the CTC machine. He developed the CAD package, and there's 4 components, mechanical components to the machine. The first is the enclosure itself. The second is an electronic shelf which sits behind the front panel, and the LCC modules are mounted on it. Then there is the front panel where the levers and the code buttons reside. And then on the top part is a model board. And that was a challenge. Now, the first thing about the model board is that we decided that, unlike the rest of the machine, that we would make that out of sheet steel. And we did that as a separate piece. And we did that for a couple of reasons. One is we wanted it to be steel so that a dispatcher could use magnets of trains and run those along the model board in order to help him keep track of which trains were where. The second reason is that we were a little bit concerned that the model board might get screwed up when we went to take it to a print shop, or when we went to put a vinyl sticky on it, however we were going to decided to actually put the track schematic on it. So we figured if it was a separate piece, then if we had to go back to the machine shop, I would just be paying to have that piece redone as opposed to the whole front panel. And it turned out that was a challenge, the model board. First of all, we had to be very careful of all the LED holes on it. I can't remember exactly how many LED holes were on it. There's, I think the number is about 45. And they all had to be aligned properly with respect to each other and with respect to the levers down below on the panel. And actually, we went through that so many times, and we still messed up a couple of the LEDs. But luckily, I'm probably the only one that really notices, because it's just the directional LEDs are a little bit off. But everything else turned out to look good. And then a big challenge, probably what took the longest to do on this machine, was to get that model board printed. I felt fortunate in that I was able to find a print shop that had a machine to do it and a proprietor. It was just a little mom and pop shop who was willing to do it. He was definitely interested. When I took it to him, I heard stories about, family members and friends that had trains. So he seemed to be on board with that. But then it took many months, just due to some business and personal reasons that the proprietor had. But also, I struggled to get it in a format he could use, that he could use for his machines. I did the design of the model board actually using CAD Rail, and then I had to convert it over to a PDF file, and that turned out to be a fairly big effort. But it turned out great in the end, and I was thrilled with what I saw when I saw the model board finished. And there's a little story there too, because it really didn't cost me that much, because the proprietor, he was a good guy, and he ended up basically saying, hey, I just want you to pay for my materials, what my actual costs were. And if you just give me a tour for myself and my daughter of your layout, we'll call it even. So he spent a couple hours over here with his daughter one day, and enjoyed showing them the layout. This is what the back of the panel looks like with all the wiring. On the bottom, you can see that electronics shelf that Dave designed. Sitting on top of that are 9 LCC I/O boards, daisy chained together with those blue Ethernet cables. I'll talk a little bit later about the LCC network. There's over 400 connections between those LCC boards and the LEDs and all the rotary switches. It's not particularly difficult to do all the wiring. It's 2 simple circuits, which are just done over and over and over again. I would tend to do this a column at a time. The real challenge was trying to keep the wiring fairly neat, and then also documenting it correctly. So I needed to document, as I made connections, every connection into those LCC boards, so that Ken could then use that information to configure those boards properly on JMRI. So this took a few months of wiring. It's something I could do kind of in front of the television, although when I sat behind this, I couldn't see the TV, but I could hear it. And so I would just kind of, make it a goal to go down and try to get, 1 rotary switch wired up or 1 column wired. And then just did that every day for a couple of months. Now, we don't have time to go into depth on LCC or layout command control, but as a quick overview, LCC is a fairly new standard developed by the NMRA. I think it's about 5 or 6 years old now, and it was really developed for control of everything but the trains. So it doesn't replace your DCC network to control your trains, but instead it can be used for everything else you might want to have on your layout. On the CS&P, we use it to control the signals, for turnout control. The tortoise machines are hooked into it, for train detection, and actually for sound modules as well, and now for the CTC machine. So we had an existing 13-node network underneath the layout, and basically we've added another 9 nodes to that. LCC is well supported with JMRI, which is software which is available for free on the internet. All of our LCC hardware came from Railroad Circuits. You can see a picture of their signal board. The signal boards are nice in that they provide outputs to control LEDs, as well as I'll call it standard I/O for things like switches and buttons. And 8 of the 9 nodes in the CTC machine are the signal boards because we needed to drive a lot of LEDs. But there's also what's called a tower board, which just is used for actually all the code buttons. As I mentioned previously, the wiring behind the panel really just consists of 2 simple circuits, one for LEDs and one for rotary switches and the code buttons. As far as the LEDs go, the railroad circuit's signal board is set up to drive 4 signals, if you will, on a layout. But those signals, being that they're just LEDs, we could use those drivers for the LEDs on the CTC machine. And the railroad circuit's signal board is set up to handle 4 signals with 4 colors, red, yellow, green, and lunar. So it can drive 16 LEDs, broken out to 4 to a common, if you will. So that's how they got wired in, with the commons being run through a terminal strip, just to make it simpler, but there's other ways that could have been done. As far as the rotary switches and the code buttons go, the code buttons could be simpler. One end is tied into ground and one end is tied into one of the I/O pins on the LCC board. The rotary switches are similar. The common is tied into the ground, and then each position that is needed is tied into one of the I/O pins on the LCC board. The only thing of interest there is that we were able to cut back on the amount of wiring and the number of I/O drivers we needed on the boards by using a null position. So, for example, when either a signal switch or a switch lever is in its normal position, if you will, that doesn't require a wire. So the LCC system and JMRI basically assume that if it doesn't see a signal, that it's in its default position. So that didn't need to be wired in. Just want to touch very briefly on JMRI. I was fortunate on this project to have Ken Cameron, a local expert in our division. Ken implemented all the JMRI that was needed for the machine. And JMRI stands for Java Model Railroad Interface. It's software that you can download off the internet. It's available free to anyone. It's well supported. There's a large active user group. There's a lot of online resources you can find in terms of video clinics and how-to manuals and frequently asked questions. So it's a very robust, very powerful software package that's available to model railroaders for free. On this project, we used JMRI to implement the CTC interlocking rules. Ken had already implemented all those rules when we had a virtual CTC machine before we implemented the one in hardware, so he was able to reuse all that. And JMRI was also used to configure all the LCC support that we needed. Things like configuring the boards. You have to define where every I/O and LED line is, and defining events, etc. So JMRI is very robust, very powerful, and it's available for anybody to use. The components used on the CTC machine came from 3 primary suppliers. So as I've mentioned previously, all the LCC components and hardware came from railroad circuits. Logic Rail has an offering of a lot of components, but what I ended up using from Logic Rail was the LEDs and the bezels that go around the LEDs. Those bezels are plastic, but they look good, and their cost was significantly less than the metal parts from control train components. So control train components provided the majority of the hardware that you see on the panel. They provided the rotary switches, both 2 and 3 position. And as I mentioned before, you can't just use any old rotary switch because if you just go and buy a rotary switch from an electrical supply shop, the positions won't be in the proper locations. So Control Train Components modifies the rotary switches so that they're in the proper locations. They also provided the lever assembly, the lever plates, the code button, and the bell cutout switch. So they have a full range of hardware, which are replicas of US&S hardware. As a matter of fact, Control Train Components will actually build. They are willing, and they provided me a quote, which I'll talk about in a minute, to do an entire panel for you, or you can just buy hardware from them. NERx products, they make a number of CTC parts. They're plastic. They're the levers and the plates, but they are plastic. They're much lower cost. You do have to paint those parts. And I've seen pictures of people who have made CTC machines using the NERx products, and they look good. But I just decided to use the higher quality Control Train Components. Oh, and Control Train Components, you find them online by ctcparts.com. And sometimes when you talk to folks, they will interchange Control Train Components with ctcparts.com. It's the same company. Well, I'm sure some of you are wondering, how much did it cost to build the CTC machine? So just a quick walk through that is we did initially estimate it. I can remember Dave Martini and I sitting down and kind of just working through what we thought all the metal might cost and just looking at how much LCC hardware, etc. And we estimated it would cost somewhere between $3,000 and $4,000 to build it. In the course of getting quotes for all the piece parts from CTC Components, and they were very responsive, they did offer to quote the entire job for me. And when I say entire, I'm really saying the enclosure, the panel, all of the the model board, all the hardware on the outside of the machine. It would not have included any of the electronics or wiring inside the machine. And so CTC Components will build a complete panel. They quoted, it was right around $6,000, which in my mind is fair, given that each one is kind of a custom job and the amount of labor it would take. They would have had to have done all the print screening, silk screening for the model board, etc. But it was around $6,000. I viewed it, if I went that path, and I did consider it, that it would have been closer to $7,000, given once I added in all the LCC hardware and all the various miscellaneous electrical hardware inside the machine. But the final cost was right around $3,000. Is what I spent on material. So it's $3,000 material plus a few hundred hours of my labor and Dave Martini's labor and Ken Cameron's labor. So I feel that $3,000 was well spent, given the added interest and the fun of operating the machine, and having something that is somewhat unique on my model railroad. So it's, in my mind, it was definitely worth it in the end, given all the benefits it's provided.
All right, we're back. Drew, that strikes me as a big heaping helping of CTC for our viewers here. Maybe more than some of them bargained for, but that was awesome. So I have a couple of questions for you that come up. One thing I'm kind of confused about. You got the panel there, but you also there's like a computer screen over on the side of it, running JMI. How does those two things work together? What's the deal there?
Okay, so like you said, We have a JMRI display that was up on the large screen that people can see on the video to the right of the machine. And that display was kind of the original JMRI display that Ken Cameron built, using Panel Pro out of JMRI. And to be honest, now that we're running the CTC machine, we probably should turn that off, but we don't yet, because that display does show kind of ground truth. So we can look at that display and we can see which turnouts are actually thrown. And we can see what colors the signals are on that display. So it's really helpful when the dispatcher gets a little confused, or when we're working through some bugs in the logic on the machine. So it's a little bit of a crutch, and our goal is that, a year from now we're running the machine that we just turn off the computer monitors and are just really focused on the machine, and not having to cheat by look over at the little. Don't mind that computer system that wasn't there in 1981.
It's training wheels.
That's right. It's training wheels for right now.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I've been over and seen your layout and operated on your layout, and one thing I've seen, which I think is maybe not so obvious, is the microphone and the dispatching speaking system thing you got there. Tell us about that contraption a little bit.
That turned out to be a little harder than we expected. So we use FRF radios to communicate, and setting up a microphone system for a dispatcher for an FRF radio is actually a little bit of a challenge. But luckily, I had a lot of help on this machine, and I had a lot of help on the radio part. One of the guys, Andy, in the division is a kind of an expert on this stuff. But basically, I was able to just buy the microphone, and it's kind of out of the way of the dispatcher for pretty reasonable off of eBay, $30, $40, I think, with an inline amplifier. But we did have to take Radio Shack base station, which I don't even know if you can buy anymore, but they're fairly inexpensive on eBay for $15, $20 at most, and hook up a foot pedal to it. In order to do that, though, you had to go into the base station, if you will, and kind of break out some of the you had to go into the electronics a little bit so that you could have both a microphone and a foot pedal, because a normal FRF radio, it doesn't really work that way. So it's not trivial. You can't just go and buy one that'll work. But of course, you can just use a portable FRF radio, which we used for a lot of years before we had this.
FRF, is that the same thing as sort of saying like push to talk? Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah, push to talk. FRF family. What is it?
Yeah,
I can't even think what it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, what you were looking for is what I had when I was in high school: a Citizens Band base station radio in my house. Kind of, I think.
It's not a CB, right? It's just
but yeah,
walkie-talkies that you can buy.
But it was the same thing that sort of pushed with a high. I had a high-powered, high-quality microphone, but also a push-to-talk sort of, like you have in the same.
Right, it's a push-to-talk system.
Okay. All right. Another question. On the bottom right of that big panel, there's another like a toggle switch or something there. I didn't know what that was for.
All right. Let's see if I can even show it. There. So there is. I didn't talk at all about this toggle switch, and this is called the OS bell cutout. So as you can hear on the video, when a train enters an OS block, it rings a bell. It goes ding. And it attracts the dispatcher's attention that he has something he needs to, something important has happened, where a train has entered or departed a passing siding. And so with the OS bell cutout, he can just turn off that bell. So that way he's maybe not getting distracted if the bells are going off all the time. Now we kind of like that sound. Just like the other sounds on the machine, it comes out of JMRI, so it is what a US&S switch machine, CTC machine sounds like. It plays through the speakers that are behind the machine. So that's all that it is. It's just an OS bell cutout to the dispatcher's getting annoyed with all the ringing.
Just like sometimes you do on the bell on your engine. It's prototypical, but it gets annoying.
Exactly.
Okay. And so what do you do for train detection? How does the system know where these trains are?
Okay, so Scott talked about some of that when you have a signaling system, somehow you need to know where the trains are. And on a CTC machine, it shows up on the model board as well on the indicators. And what I've done is I basically have just used the commercial detectors. Here's one that's called the BD20. It's from NCE. I'm just wire one of the feeds through that, and it has an output which feeds into our LCC network. And then one of the big jobs that I needed to do for the signaling system, and it became much more important when we implemented the CTC machine, was putting detectable wheel sets on all the cars. So for a long time, when we were just running with JMRI, it was enough pretty much to just have the engines, and then I'd run with cabooses. And as long as they were detectable, everything worked. But once you start needing to know that a train is sitting over a turnout on an OS block, a very short turnout, you need to have every car detectable. So I had to go into 350 pieces of rolling stock and put resistors on every car on the wheel sets.
Okay. Yeah. That's a big project.
So that was a big job.
So the last question, I'm almost reluctant to ask this, but having built this thing, is it expandable at all? What if you changed the layout? What if you added another district?
I'm going to say the answer to that is pretty much, I mean, everything's expandable, but I'm going to say it wouldn't be easy. The real machines, the real USNS machines, as you saw in the video, they had holes drilled for every, they were a standard panel, and then they had holes drilled for all the lamps and all the levers, and they would just plug the ones that they didn't use. So there was usually ones that were available to use. We decided not to do that on this machine for cost savings measures, and plus the number of levers I needed to put on pretty much filled up all the available space I had. So we didn't put in any areas for growth. Now, that's not to say we couldn't throw in another lever somewhere. Just like on the prototype machine, sometimes they would kind of kludge one in where it didn't really belong, and the dispatcher would just have to deal with it. And but I am very confident that I'm not going to add another, OS block or another passing siding into the design. So so we had run operating sessions for several years before we built this using the JMRI machine. So we feel pretty confident that's
right. Drew, that was fantastic. We really appreciate you sharing that with us today. Thanks for everything you do in the Central New York Division and in the NMRA. Thanks for coming on tonight.
All right. It was fun.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Our final clinician tonight is Jim Walsh. Jim is known to have completed a few DIY improvement and home repair projects around the house, along with a little bit of woodworking, and these activities have resulted in a modestly impressive collection of adhesives and filler products. As it turns out, many of these products are also useful in model railroading. In this clinic, he's going to share with us some of his experiences and his observations and discoveries for how to hold things together and fill gaps while creating his modeling empire. Following the steps of his older brother, Jim started with the Mantua, Union Pacific, Mikado, and several freight cars, and he's been interested in model railroading ever since. Growing up on Staten Island, he didn't see many real trains around, but found his inspiration instead in magazines and books, including Lynn Westcott's HO Railroad That Grows. He first joined the NMRA in 1979, and then after a pause for career and business travel and raising two sons, Jim renewed his interest, rejoined the NMRA in 2011. He became active in the Garden State Division, joined the board of directors there, and was elected division secretary. He's contributed many photos of division in-person events, and he also writes the tools and tips column in the Garden State's newsletter, The Whistle Post. Here he is with his clinic, Adhesives and Fillers. Let's all welcome Jim Walsh. Jim, you're there on the line today?
Yes, I am. I'm here. No video, but I just want to say thank you, and I'm glad to share my experience. And without further ado, speed roll the video. Okay, today I'm going to speak to you about bonding and filling, basically a little discussion of what I've discovered by utilizing the collection of adhesives, glues, and filling materials that are in this photograph. I'm going to begin by just giving you a quick overview and then dabble into plastic, wood, paper, and how I would use what I would use to glue them. Then I'll talk a little about super glue, some epoxy, hot glue. I'll share my experience of what we use for doing track, and then also bonding with paint, and I'll finish with a little discussion of applicators. So I have a collection not only from my model building, but also from doing do-it-yourself repairs around the house as well as woodworking. And I mostly put this clinic together because I had discovered some techniques and products that I was pretty sure not everybody was aware of. And I just want to point out that there's just some general advice. If you read the instructions and understand the product, you can make it work better for you. And it's important to follow safety warnings and give it a full time to cure. And one important one that I want to share with you is if you clean the nozzle and replace the cap right away, you should be very pleased with how well your glue bottle works. All the cement for plastic works the same way. It just dissolves the material, it basically welds it. There's two types. There's the plastic cement that we probably introduced to when we first started building models. Then there's a liquid solvent cement. The liquid cement is a faster acting. It works by evaporating. With either of these, you want to be careful to control the material because it can make a mess on your project. So as I said, my first plastic cement that I've used was this tube of testers, and since then I've discovered some other ones. I often use the liquid, but sometimes I feel that you may get a little bit stronger bond with plastic cement, the non-liquid type. So here's a few that I've had, the Revell, the Tamiya, and Faller, as well as the original tester's tube. I like the Faller Super Expert because it has a very long and very fine nozzle, a tube. However, it does tend to clog once in a while, so I keep this wire available to clean out the nozzle, and it's pretty effective. For the liquid solvent cements, I have an assortment. They basically all work similarly. Of course, when 10X disappeared from the marketplace, we had to scramble to find other products. And I have an assortment of products, including MEK. And I'll talk about that in a little while. And as I said, I use a brush when I apply the liquid cement, and I try to be careful with it. So sometimes you want to watch out for spilling it, and that's why I have these blocks. So MEK, methyl ethyl ketone, is pretty dangerous. It's a serious material. You really want to pay attention to the warnings. And some time ago, someone told me that you could use that for plastic, just like a liquid cement. And I use it. I had used it periodically to do that, and I thought it was fairly effective. I was cautious not to use it in places where it'd be very visible, because I wasn't sure how well it worked, or if it would have adverse effects on my model. However, more recently I was working with the plastic weld, and I looked at the ingredients, and sure enough, the main ingredient in it is MEK. So it gave me a little more confidence in the use of MEK for plastic. And by the way, it's a lot cheaper to buy it in a big can like that. Now, I use test samples, and it's kind of following the suggestion or that you see with the instructions on your products. They always tell you to test it in an unseen part, but I sometimes use it just to see how it works, to see if the bond was good, to see if the material, how it runs, how it flows. So I kind of practice with it, but also I get an indication of things like how well it holds together, if it does hold particular materials. And sometimes you want to make the best choice for an application. Here's an example where I use test samples. This was an application where I had put details on the pad next to this little shack. But the first time I had attached that little tank, it came off. So I had to reapply it. And this time, because the first time I used super glue, and if you touch it down and you miss or slide, there's a little signature of the super glue, and it's a bit shiny. So I decided I was going to use a product that would have less of a signature. Now, believe it or not, I have these samples that were put on index cards, and there is a dollop of the material on each of those cards, and it's not easy to see, and that was what I was trying to find out. Which one would be least visible and yet still do the job? So the cards show a sample of the material holding pieces of wood together, as well as pieces of wood to the card, as well as plastic to the card and plastic to the plastic. Now I used Artist Gel, Matte Medium, Mod Podge, and Elmer's Glue All. And I found they all worked pretty much the same. And I think I selected Glue All to do it because it was fairly subtle and yet was able to do the job. another time I used test samples was I had this old bottle of plastic cement that I wasn't sure how well it was working. It was really old. So I applied it to 4 samples and it did not bond, didn't hold at all. And I also found a newer bottle and it worked on all the samples. I think it only had a couple of samples, but it worked on every sample I used. So I realized that that old one had to be discarded. Plastic fillers. There are, of course, many on the market. I'm not sure about how available everything is, but I know that some products come and go from the market. But here's a sample of commercial products that I have used. And I also want to mention something called Bondic, which I'll discuss later, which can be used as a filler. And I will also discuss kind of do-it-yourself with baking soda and super glue. The Vallejo plastic putty, I had recently used that. I needed to hold the wire that was securing the lampshade to the building, and I used a little drop of this plastic putty, and it held that wire to the shade. But also, because it was a drop, it formed a circle, a little white circle, and I saw as a result that it looks kind of like a light bulb in the shade. Now you can make your own putty, and one of the thoughts that I had when I was embarking on this, I had to do a fill on a DPM kit, and I thought, what's the most compatible putty that I should use? Because sometimes putty shrinks and various other issues and cracks. So I decided to take some of the base material, which is always available since you're filing off the draft angle at the bottom of a DPN wall. So I mixed it with MEK and I made a slurry, and it over time it evaporates, and if you put the right amount in and you get a workable material, you can apply it, and then it will set up. This particular one had been in the jar for a while, and no matter how tight you seal it, it does evaporate. And so the bottom of what was in that jar is shown in that photo in the middle of the page. However, I also tried to make up a PVC putty because I had to fill in cracks between some pipes, and it doesn't work very well. It makes a pretty messy product. So I wouldn't recommend it for that use. For wood, I generally like to use a wood glue, carpenter's glue. I use Tite Bond, sometimes Tite Bond 2. I have, however, used Deluxe Material Laser Cut Kit Glue. I find it does a good job, as well as it's much faster. So if you're in a hurry to get your Craftsman kit built, this will work. Now for wood fillers, I've been doing some home repairs and been finding some experience with different wood putty type products. The quick weld is basically a 2-part epoxy type that you mold in your hand until you get the single color, because it's two different colors that you blend together. And it's a weatherproof. It's very good, and so I use that for some outdoor work. And I also use some Durams for the same purpose, but in areas where there was going to be paint over it right away before weather exposure, because this one, as it advises on the label, that you don't want to subject it to weather unless it's coated with paint. Whereas the quick wood, I could leave it exposed until I got around to painting it. And so they both do a good filling job. For the most part, we might use these in some of our either our bench work or maybe our sub-road bed leveling and such projects, and possibly some filling in some scenic areas. Now for paper and cardstock, I have Clever Models mentions Bob Smith's Instacure, which is a very fine, very thin, super thin super glue. Rocket card glue and white glue. I have used white glue and the rocket card glue, and I did find that the rocket card glue does work a lot faster. It's very quick, so it can expedite your paper projects. And Kai Ebinger is a friend of mine who does make paper models, and I provided him with a bottle of this rocket card glue, and he built a beautiful brewery kit using that. This is his building. He made this particular structure into his Blue Moon Brewery, and that's all a paper model. It's very fine. As mentioned before, there was the super thin Instacure, but there are other types of super glue. It's just a matter of how much between a viscosity issue and how fast they react. This Instacure is really, really fast, and so for some projects, it's great. The purple one is takes a little longer to set. It's a little thicker. It's an intermediate. And then I have the two Loctite products I use for both regular liquid and a gel. But watch out for your fingers and watch the fumes in your eyes. The picture on the right shows something I had tried. I had a piece of newspaper, and I thought if you really got in a pinch and you needed to make a structural shape, this particular time I bent it into a kind of an angle, and then I soaked it in the super thin. And when it cures, you have basically almost a plastic part. Now, the concept of super glue and baking soda was something I had heard of, but I didn't do much work in it until I was preparing this clinic. And so I dabbled a bit into it to find out exactly how well it can be used. Now, a very important lesson I learned is that you want to layer up the super glue and the baking soda. Otherwise, you just end up with a skin coat over a pile of powder. And the super thin works much better than the other viscosities. But you can fill voids, and it can be sanded. And my experience in using this was, once again, test samples. I had these little pieces of straw, of a drinking straw, and I filled them with the baking soda, and then I would dribble in some super glue. And the samples on the left are super thin, and you see the top and bottom. And this was just a pile of dust, the powder, and then I applied the super glue. And that's when I learned that you can't really do that, because even with the super thin, you still don't get everything reacted together. On the right, you see the liquid super glue, and on the top were the samples where I dribbled, and I flipped them over, and you can see that the bottom fell out, that sometimes half of the sample wasn't held. However, I learned the lesson. What you have to do is apply many layers. So here's a piece of, I guess, 3/4 inch PVC, a small section of pipe, and I filled it with layers of super glue and the baking soda, laying it up little by little, and it builds up to a pretty uniform product material. And then I drilled a hole and it held together. I didn't have any powder in the middle. And then I tapped it and I put that screw in, and it's a pretty good hold. So this material will form into a uniform, but you've got to be careful to lay up layer by layer. As another sample, I tried a couple of pieces of foam core that I applied a fillet of the baking soda and then applied the super glue. And it does really strengthen the joint. And the other picture shows housing I made for my homemade static grass applicator. And I needed to fill the joint between the two sections of pipe that were made to form a thicker wall. And I used some of it, we used baking soda and super glue. Now for epoxy, I have several different kinds of epoxy. I often use JB Weld. And recently I was reminded why I prefer JB Weld than some of the clear epoxies, because I was working with a clear epoxy and it all being looking the same, you may be using some of it that's not mixed into the batch. Whereas with the quick weld or the regular JB Weld, the two parts are different colors and you get one color when they all blend together. That's very useful, because when I was working with the clear recently, I ended up with some that wasn't reacted, and it takes a long time and it's a bit messy. And the picture up here is another shot of my do-it-yourself homemade static grass applicator, and it shows the reason I had to fill that space between the pipes, because I had to put holes in there to hold the cover on. However, I also used JB Weld to hold in some parts. Now, hot glue, it works very quickly. It is, of course, as they say, hot. Sometimes you get some glue strings, but usually those are already cured or solid by the time they touch anything. However, I always like to have some water around, because if you get burned, you want to be able to dunk. And I don't like to use it for a permanent stress-loaded condition. Something that's not too much weight is okay, like doing some scenery, but for the most part, it's a temporary measure. Like very commonly, we'll use hot glue to hold the cardboard strips when you're doing some of the scenery, landforms. And so we do have the classic glue gun. Everyone's pretty much familiar with that. There's also something called the glue skillet, and it looks like a glue fondue. You're basically melting it in a little electric pot, and you're dipping your things to apply. The crafters use it like when they're working some projects. We had to use hot glue instead of clamping, because we had limited capability of clamping this one piece that we're securing to the layout. It's the outside piece in this photograph. And so what we did was we used a combination of hot glue and regular carpenter's glue. The carpenter's glue would, of course, hold it for the duration, but this hot glue was going to hold it short term, sort of like clamp you do with a clamp. And here's a step-by-step photograph of the use of the hot glue along with the wood glue. So the first picture shows just the two blocks, and then you put your wood glue on in such a way to leave spaces. You want to leave spaces because if you put the hot glue on top of the other glue, besides cooling the hot glue, it'll also not allow the hot glue to get well bonded to the wood. So you put the hot glue into the voids and use a dollop because it will take longer for it to cool off. I don't show the glue coming out because it's going to be done very quickly. So after you put the glue in, put the glue in those little voids, push the pieces together, hold them. Pretty quickly the hot glue sets, and when you let go, you're clamped for the time you need for that carpenter's glue to set. Now, a product called Future, it used to be called Future Floor Wax, but now they don't even call it Future anything. But I bought mine when it was called Pledge Floor Care Multi-Surface Finish. In a recent issue in July of 2018, Fine Scale Modeler referred to it as Pledge Floor Gloss. And I do check with Fine Scale Modeler if I want to know what the latest name of it is, because it's very prolific in static model build for model builders. They do it with the canopy and for canopy work and decal work. But some model railroaders also use it as well, attaching window glazing and securing ballast. I tried it when I was putting together a concept of making fiberglass drywall tape into windows. It was an article I did for our newsletter, The Whistle Post, and it was called Windows by the Roll. And I found this material was pretty good for that. More recently, I've looked at it with the cellophane from Pasta Box as a thin material to form glazing, and I would hold it onto the window frame with the Future Floor Wax. You kind of put the cellophane over. It can be larger than you need, and you can trim it after it sets up. And that's a kit. I think I did all the windows in that kit using that technique. However, more recently, for a similar purpose, I realized that Bondic could be used. Now, Bondic, I was introduced through the commercials they run during YouTube, and I had broken glasses during COVID and needed to fix them, and I tried this product because they had shown they did that repair in their promotional advertising. It's similar to the way a resin 3D printer works, because it's just a resin that's reacted with the special little light that they make. However, you have to realize you can't do a blind repair. You have to be able to see the part, because the light has to get to the Bondic, to the material, to harden it. It can also be worked as a filler, and they recommend that you don't put thick layers, you make thin layers. So here's a picture of the Bondic product. There's the way it comes with the whole kit with the light. There's that funny thing up there above the tube is a little light they give you to react it. On the right, I have a package of the refill kit. Now here's a picture of the Bondic and the applicator and the light. And on the left, I have the light colored window frame. I used the cellophane from the Pasta Box, and I secured it with Bondic. And I wasn't sure if there was a limit to how thick the light would pass. So I took one of these windows that Walters Kits has, and I applied that glazing the same way with the Bondic, and it successfully hardened the material through the thicker glass. Here's a sequence of photographs showing how it works. The Bondic is applied first. You can see I'm applying it with the thing that looks like a pen. And then to the upper right corner, I'm holding down, squeezing the glazing against the Bondic, and then I'm applying the light. And the picture in the bottom left shows the finished product. Another product I was originally going to use for glazing is something called Aleene's Tack It Over and Over. So they make this thing that you apply to something, it dries, and then it becomes kind of like making a label. And it's more like maybe one of those little yellow sticky notes, because you can apply it and remove it and reapply it. And I find it's useful for applying signs, because when you have your structure, and if you apply a sign and there's a liquid glue or white glue being used, it may squeeze out and make a mess on your model. With this product, you apply it, you let it dry, and it's not a liquid, but it is tacky. And then you apply it like a label. So, and if you want to reapply, you can remove it and put it back. More recently, I was asked about, can you use this for people, figures, and details on your layout? So I tried it. I put some on the feet of the people, and there's a picture of the people in the center of this slide. They're adhered to a small card, and just to show you how well it held, the card's inverted on the picture on the left, and the people stay. And then I removed the people from the card, put them on another place, brought them back to the card, and they're still holding now. It's been a while. And then I had to put some loads on a car, and I needed to just quickly apply them. And I thought that this might also work for putting the loads on. So you see the picture with the loads on the flat car. And on the right, you see the picture where one load was removed and turned upside down. And there's no marks left on the flat car. But you can see the places where the tack it over and over were applied to the bottom of the load. I applied it to that, let it dry, and then put it on the car. And I'm very interested to see that it did not leave a residue on the car. Now, another thing for basically a dry assembly is transfer tape. Now, it's most often used in putting roofs on. Now, I have the picture again of my boxcar challenge. The those are homemade corrugated roofing panels. They're made from heavy duty foil. And those are very, very fragile. So this, using the transfer tape was good, because I could very carefully apply these, and the transfer tape is very tacky. And as soon as you put it down, it adhered, and it's still holding. So that's I find very useful. I haven't done a lot of roof work with it, but I know it's pretty much a go-to product for a lot of people who are building craftsman kits, putting up roofs. One piece of advice though, don't get ahead of yourself, because this is so tacky. I've heard of people doing, I guess they were doing some roof like the Campbell shingles, and they're on a roll. And what was happening was the end of the roll, sometimes the product was touching down in places they didn't want it, and that's not what you want. So the best advice is to kind of just put that down as you need it. And then you won't have a problem with things sticking to the area ahead of your work. Now, there are other adhesives that are pretty famous in model railroading, especially goo, because Walters never wasted a minute, at least in the old days when it used to be a prominent part of their advertising, Walters goo. I have used it on occasion. It's not something I use a lot. This plyo bond I found what normally happens is you read an article, someone recommends something, well, I buy it and then I try it. Plyo bond, I tell you, it does sticks. I mean, I put down some ties. I had read about using plyo bond adhering ties to the sub roadbed or to the roadbed. I put the ties down. That held very, very well. Now, maybe you don't want to always have that much of can't change your mind bond, but if you do want to bond and you never want it to, I think the plyo bond is pretty good. And I just don't use either of these that much, but when I pulled them out for this clinic, I thought maybe I ought to be looking at them more. So in talking about track work, so I'm not going to go exhaustively through every method of holding track and roadbed down. I'll just relate how we do it on two layouts that I work on. Mind you, there are a lot of techniques where a lot of people are using different adhesive caulks and things, even silicone. One of the considerations with whatever method, I personally like to mechanically fasten my track work down, but I haven't laid track in many, many years, probably when that was the normal way to do it. So you want to always consider that you can undo if you don't like what you've done. And so on the layouts I work on, we use the carpenter glue to hold the roadbed, and then we use Aleene's tacky glue to secure the track. And the tacky glue is pretty good at holding it, but not great. But that's because you expect your ballast layer to really finalize your track position. And in the meantime, if your track needs to be relocated, you can let the Aleene's was not going to make it impossible to remove the trackage. So that's the kind of dilemma you have with holding your track work. And here's the products I mentioned. Like I said, are carpenter's glue, standby, and the tacky glue. And I was having trouble trying to find something to hold the tacky glue inverted when we were getting low. So I built this little holder there at for one of the layout owners, so that I could always have the tacky glue ready to go. And now something we probably see a lot when we're talking about scenery technique, bonding with paint. In the case of the latex paint we use when we cover over our Sculptamold or scenery plaster base, the general process is you put down a coat of ground colored latex paint, and then you sprinkle your first little scenery. Maybe it's like sifted dirt or somebody using grout sand grout. So there's a typical use in model railroading for paint as an adhesive. But I found some other things you could do with it. And one of them was this. We have a hill in one of the layouts, and we're going to build mountain, cover it with trees. So the layout owner said, I have all this chicken wire, because apparently he had chickens for a while. And he put the chicken wire up, and he said, I don't even have to cover that with a scenery base. I can just put the puffballs right on. Well, we were using puffballs as they're known to be called. But if you do them right, they sometimes look good as trees. So we were sitting around and collaborating, and then said, but wait a minute, you have to color that chicken wire, because otherwise you're going to have this shiny, and that shiny stuff will show through easily, very easily. So then I said, what were you going to cover it with? And he said, I'm just going to use some dark latex paint that I have. So then we put it all together, and we said, okay, we put the latex paint. You can see some of those wires covered with the latex paint, and then you put the scenery, the pawpaw trees, right onto the latex, and it holds it, because inevitably you don't want your trees to roll down the mountainside. So it all came together and was pretty good. And I'll tell you what, I have pictures of this hillside, and I was looking at some of the Google Earth, and looking at pictures of Google Earth, you zoom in sometimes, and I tell you what, you can't always tell the difference between this type of scenery and the actual real world. Another adhesive. I stumbled upon this by accident. So after I built my static grass applicator, I started to try different things with it. So I was shooting 12 millimeter and come to the conclusion that 12 millimeters is a really long fiber, but I wanted it to be like for really overgrown areas. And we were collectively coming to the conclusion that we probably should use tufts for those areas where we can actually just take the little clump and plant it. So when you build in, one of the advantages of building tufts is that you work in a very controlled area. You can be working on I usually work on a flat piece of metal, which I'm going to put my little alligator clip on, and then you put your adhesive on top of that. Well, under the adhesive, you'll put some wax paper so you can remove it, because we're using it as tufts. So you put your wax paper down, and then I was thinking that maybe I would want something to help my 12 millimeter fibers stand up, because when we were putting them in on a layout, we'd see them fall over and then they'd be embedded in the glue. So I had a few different samples of glue I was laying down to see which I should use. And then I had the idea, I had this Liquitex Basics acrylic, and I just squeezed out a few lines of this. And then I, of course, one of the things I did here was I laid down, this is about twice window screen with the grid. It's I think it's about a millimeter or something. Let me see, I have some here. It's a couple of millimeters. Yeah, a couple of millimeters square. But I thought it would be ideal to drop my 12 millimeter fiber through that, and then the fiber that didn't want to stand up straight would be caught on the grid. That which fell through would be held upright, because sometimes they fall over after they're planted. So it turned out this was pretty good. So in a subsequent test, I spread it out. Instead of just using the lines, I spread it out, and then I did the same technique where I held the mesh is about 1/8 of an inch or so, maybe 12 millimeter is like a 1/2 an inch. So I think I might have, the second time I might have used 1/4 inch spacers. So I held the mesh up at 1/4 inch, and then what it produced was this basically a mat. When I removed the backing, and you can see where it's curled over here in the bottom right, where it's like a mat, a scenery mat. So now you can cut away little pieces. And the only downside for this is you're stuck with whatever that color is that you've planted the grass into. But I think you could mix a color that you like. So the material comes out like toothpaste. And we're all familiar with the squeeze tube acrylics. And so it has a substance, but it also stays tacky. So it's there. It doesn't skin over faster than you can drop your grass. But anyway, it made a and that thing is resilient. I mean, I still have it, and I throw it, I've thrown it in a box and taken it out, and the thing still holds together. Once in a while I comb it out because it all starts to lie over. But you throw a little hairspray on that when you've combed it out, and then hold it upside down, and you probably get some good standing large growth. Now for applicators, I really like using syringes. I mean, I've had a syringe full of glue that I could uncap, and some of these syringes, they hold the air in, or out pretty well. And then you uncap it and you go back a while later, and it's nice because you have a precision application. I have used a touch and flow applicator for liquid cements for plastic. Sometimes I find it clogs, but I know there's a solution for that, but I don't use it that much. Brushes I've also found very useful, especially with the liquids. And toothpicks are common. The only problem with toothpicks is you got to worry about your glue material soaking into the toothpick, and then you lose half of it into the toothpick. So to resolve that, you can use a headless micro brush, which I have here. Of course, you can also use micro brushes, which are very good for application. And then when the glue hardens on the tip, you just rip the tip off and you have a headless micro brush, and you can use it in place of toothpicks. And I also find needles and pins helpful in doing some fine application. Or you can even use a wire. You can bend out a paper clip and use the wire. That's also handy sometimes for clearing out nozzles. But I have an assortment of, there's pins, but also needles. So a while back I had, and in fact, you can buy a product that basically is a fork like a needle, like the eye of a needle with the end cut off. And you can apply a little more glue because it holds a little more than a pin, than the tip of a pin. And so I have an assortment, and I took a photograph of them. And there's the setup in the upper right. We have about a 2-inch space between the lens. This was a macro setup I have. If you're into photography, I set up some extension tubes to get a macro function. And this is a full frame. This is not cropped. This is a full frame of what I saw. And there's a pin on the right. And that's a pin where the head end was clipped and stuck into the wood. The other one is the pin end went in and we clipped it. So it's a little coarser. The one on the right is very fine, just a pin tip. And then to the left of the pins is a first needle that I've made. And you just simply took a fine needle and you cut off the end of the eye. And then on the further left, there are a couple that I don't know that I would use them as they are, but you could custom size them according to what you were trying to apply, how much. So anyway, that's another little tool I built out of some needles I stole from my wife, but I don't think she'll miss them. And now we come to the questions. If anybody has any questions.
All right, we're back. Jim, that was fantastic. There's an awful lot of information there. So I do have a few questions here, although I have to say that the questions I kept writing down myself were ones that you eventually answered in the clinics. I think you did a super nice job there. Jim, it seems to me that one of your sort of one of the take-home messages here is the best way to figure out what works is to just try stuff, to be kind of a mad scientist experiment. I have that right? Is that what you would say?
I say that a few times, and
yeah.
When I wasn't sure about what to use, like your choice of a few, I have a few products, so I often have a choice, and I'll make like a little experiment, and that way I get the best choice. Of course, sometimes I read or watch YouTube videos, and then I get more products because someone will say try this, and so. But that's about the size of it. You just try the things.
Have you ever had anything go, I mean, I guess horribly wrong? You sort of done something that couldn't undo or do over?
Well, I did something when I was preparing this clinic, the sample, when I was using the hot glue and the wood glue, and I guess I forgot a basic premise of that, and I just slathered on the wood glue and then I shot the hot glue. Well, the hot glue hits the wood glue and cools off, and then it really doesn't work. So then I had to do another sample. I had to do another one for the photographs where I left a space. That's why I say leave a space for the hot glue so that it will bond to the wood, and then squeeze them together.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that was a mistake. Don't do
But
that.
That's not a big thing.
No, not a big thing.
Yeah. I found over the years, at least myself, that super glue is the thing I make mistakes with, because it seems to be particularly good at gluing these two fingers of mine
Yes,
together.
yes.
Uh,
If I had a camera, I'd show you finger calisthenics that you have to do to keep yourself from gluing together.
I'm always afraid that it's going to take off my fingerprints. It feels so permanent that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you try a bunch of things, you end up with this sort of huge collection of all kinds of different glues and adhesives and fillers and stuff, and then you don't use those. There were one or two questions about that, like what product that goes bad. I think you mentioned that once or twice. You pay much attention to do you throw stuff away when it sort of expires, or do you just keep trying it, and if it works, you keep going?
Obviously, I'm not paying much attention to the example is that the
Right.
tester's liquid where, gee, that bottle looks pretty old and it didn't work anymore. And then I found, oh, look, this is why I had that bottle was old, but I have this bottle. And the metal lid is a good hint would be the metal lid is older than the plastic lid. So
Yeah, right.
and so the plastic lid was better, and I did, and from that I learned to and it suggests that if you're not sure about the age or the potency, to try it and see if it's going to work.
Hmm.
Because a lot of times in model building, you don't need a lot of strength, especially when you're doing a liquid cement. You're being very sparing about it.
Right.
And you could follow it up with something else on the inside where you can't see it. Maybe strengthen up a corner with a fillet or something.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Hey, you mentioned at one point modelers using this what was it, floor wax, future
Yes,
floor
the
wax?
acrylic floor wax
And at
finish.
the end of that, something about using that for ballasting. Can you kind of
Yeah.
go back
Well,
to that again or elaborate on that?
yeah. I had heard it mentioned somewhere. I had heard it, but I actually saw an article, the NER coupler, the newsletter for the NER, number 273, April, June 2019. On page 13, there is an article by Jim Scores and Mike Tylick about Take the Plunge, acrylic floor finish for model ballasting. And they used it, they have a discussion of using it for securing your ballast. I haven't tried it, but it sounds promising.
What was that reference again? It's in the coupler when?
It's in the coupler, April, June 2019.
Okay. All right. People can check that out. There was several sort of technical questions like, can you glue? What glues would you use with plastruct parts that are made out of ABS?
Well,
do you have any specific kind of?
Now, Plastruct makes two different glues, and on two liquid cements, and one of them, I'm pretty sure one of them will count ABS as a type of material that it will bond. So I know they have the white bottle and the orange bottle, and I don't remember which one does what, but the label would tell you. And that's a good hint for any kind of glue selection, is you always look at the labels to see, because before I do those experiments, I usually have it narrowed down by reading labels to see if something would work or not. Oh, and if you want to, and going back to your question about did you do anything that really wasn't that good? It wasn't catastrophic, but recently I was using some two-part epoxy, but it was clear, and I hadn't reacted at all. And then I applied it, and that part that was not fully mixed, it took a really long time to not be sticky. And so that's one of the reasons why I like JB Weld, because it's two different colors and mixes to one.
the environment that you work in, do you have problems with, well, I don't know, weather or humidity or temperature changes? Do you ever have to worry about sort of like gluing things together that aren't the same materials and they might contract or expand differently?
Well, then you want to be using something that's flexible. And usually products will make that point on their labeling, whether they are flexible or not, or they have some degree of flexibility. I don't know offhand particular products, but I can say that's what I would look for. I think, for example, I think it's the Gorilla Super Glue may claim to have more flexibility. They have a little bit different formula. I'm not sure, but some of the products do give you a little more flexibility, and that's what you would use when you need it to give a little.
Okay, that's a good thought.
Because most epoxies, for example, are brittle. So.
All right. There was a question about gluing 3D parts together, but I think 3D parts are made out of different kinds of things, aren't they?
Yes. I would suggest the supplier of the material may be the best place to look for that information.
Okay.
Because it's in their best interest for you to succeed with their product. So they will give you good information.
Good thought. And do you have a preferred kind of glue for static patch?
Well, right now I like the experiment I did with the Liquitex Basics. It's acrylic paint in the tube, but it worked pretty well for some of the static grass work I was doing. But I'm still in pursuit of a good product. In fact, recently I picked up a couple more glues to try out, and I have to take some time to do that.
All right. Well, that's the list of questions we got this evening. Your clinic was fantastic, really informational. So we really appreciate you coming on and sharing that with us tonight, Jim. And thanks for being a part of NERx.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad to help.
All right. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Well, that's it, folks. This wraps up our second day of heart-thrilling, tension-building, whodunit suspense in this year's NERx. So please tune in again tomorrow night. We'll start at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's going to be another twisting, drama-filled agenda. We've got clinics and layout tours and roundtable discussions. I want to thank all of our volunteers again, those that have given so generously of their time and talents in making this year's NERx event possible, especially Chuck Diljak, Ed O'Rourke, Ed Olszewski, Dave Durr, James Van Bachelen, Peter Watson, Dave Inslee, Chris Cafaro, Mark Moritz, Greg Williams, and Artie Cross. Many thanks also to the National NMRAX crew, and especially Speed, who spent the week again here in the world's most famous Helix, for helping us to put this together and stream out this great program across the airwaves. And thanks to all of you for attending and participating tonight. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. I'm John Doring on behalf of the NMRA, the Northeastern region, and all of my colleagues here at NERx. Good night.